Oh, hello, hi, hello everybody. Maria, hello, hi, Sergio. How you guys doing today? Welcome. Good to see you all here. The exclamation mark goes before the word go. Yeah, it's true. For when it comes to the go. That, yeah. Oh. So good to see you guys today. How you been? I've been, had a pretty decent morning today, so far so good. Oh my goodness, Sergio, look how many WeebCoins you've got. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so many. Duh. I've been wanting to do some visual novels on the channel for a while. And, technically speaking, this is what I call the first visual novel, but we technically have done a visual novel before. Before I was streaming, I was making some silly little videos, and the very first visual novel I did was actually the, what's it called? The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. And, it was a lot of fun, but I never finished it. So I was like, oh, let's do some more visual novels on the channel. I was actually going to do Clannad first, since Clannad's actually a pretty big and kind of special visual novel to do. But I looked at the runtime for that game, and like on average, it's like a 40-hour game. And I'm like, are you kidding? That's so long. I'm like, I don't know if I could do that. So I decided that we should do something simpler first. And I found this game. And this game is a little special. I want to see if I can pull it up the description of this game real quick. Let me see. It is a Winter's Daydream is what it's called. Alright. Let me show you guys this real quick. If Foxy was still active, I could do 28 Foxies. Ugh. Don't do that. Alright, let me go over here real quick. I gotta show you guys this. This is special. Alright. Check this out. Buh. This is the Winter's Daydreams freaking Steam page, right? Let me I'm gonna turn down this music a little bit real quick. I think it's a little loud. Just a little bit. Like that. There we go. That way it's not too overpowering. Alright, so check this out. A boy returns to his countryside home after spending half a year in the city, only to discover the unimaginable. His elderly grandmother has transformed into a cute young girl. Hijinks ensue. I read that description, and I was like, are you kidding? That's like a 10 out of 10 game for me. And apparently, out of 34 reviews, it's got positive. Look at these people. What is a quick one? A short but bittersweet game. Really makes me miss my late grandmother. The little sister was really annoying and almost a deal breaker, but it's worth sticking around. So there we go. We're gonna have some interesting stuff. Now I feel like the music's too quiet. Can't win for the music, can we? There we go. So, I am curious to see how this goes, right? This is a really silly story, and I was going to play it on the channel before I started streaming back in the day. I actually owned this game. I don't know if it tells me, but like, apparently I played for like half an hour, right? So, I was gonna play this game, and it was gonna be really silly. I only got through the first, like, I guess half an hour, but I swear I only remember the first 15 minutes. It was all just setup. That's all it was. So, oh, Gabriel, how you doing? Hi, how you doing? Welcome. Oh, it's good. Welcome to the stream. Oh, 17 kills, 1 death. Penny is gross. Dude, you're gonna be good at the game soon. You're gonna be better than me. I'm not even that good at the game, so you're probably already better than me. Whoa. So, yeah. Basically, it's a visual novel about your grandma becoming, like, a cute anime girl. I'm excited for this. I can't wait to dive right into it. So, with that said, let's dive right into it. Our very first visual novel on the channel. Oh. There it is. Look at this. I can't see my mouse on the screen. Oh, there we go. That's weird. Am I supposed to just use this? I guess I'm supposed to use this. Screenshots of saved. Huh. That happened to me once. It did? Where your grandma turned into an anime girl? Goodness. That's so loud, dude. Okay. No, don't skip any of those. Okay. Sure, this should be fine, right? Let's do this. I can't save. I can load, though. Alright, so, what do you say we finally get into this? Let's do this. Oh. It's December 28th, Thursday! Is December 28th actually going to be a Thursday this year? Oh, I wonder. It's not, it's going to be a Saturday! Alright, here we go. You ready for this crap? It's only the 28th of December, but snow is falling outside the train windows. Ah! It's me! There wasn't any snow back in Tokyo, though the air was crisp and chilly, cold enough to make your hands burrow. I knew what it was trying to say. That's not what it said, though. Cold enough to make you burrow your hands a little deeper into your pockets. It didn't snow. Oh. You should play One Piece World Seekers. I thought about it. I think I need to play more shonen-based games as well. There's a Bleach game coming out next year, and I'm kind of tempted to get it, even though I don't know anything really about Bleach outside like the first like 3 episodes. I wouldn't mind playing that too. Oh. It's different if you travel a little further north, though. It gets colder here. It gets colder here much earlier. Okay. I didn't finish the sentence. I thought it was get colder here much. I'm like, huh? Oh. Everything is cold in the northern countryside. Everything except people's hearts, as my dad likes saying. I've been watching a lot of One Piece recently. I'm on episode 300 something. I'm on episode like 70. I was just like, I'm gonna watch all of One Piece. I got this far, and I did it all within like the space of like a week or two. And so I was really proud of myself for watching 70 episodes within like 2 weeks. But then that just drained me so much that I just haven't gone back to it. So I need to watch like 10 episodes a week or something and just pace myself. But I'll never get caught up if I do that. That's the problem. One Piece dies at the end. We all know. We all know. Everyone knows the ending of One Piece. One Piece dies. My dad can be pretty cheesy at times, but he might have a point. I've been living in Tokyo since spring this year. In the beginning, I was excited to get away from the dull countryside I was raised in. But, well, you know what they say. The grass is always greener on the other side, and people are never satisfied. One Piece is a treasure of friendship. And everyone dies at the end. We all know this. Right? The One Piece is the friends we made. No, I'm serious. John One Piece told me himself. The creator of the manga, John One Piece, said... When I left home, I soon discovered just how different the city was from everything I used to know. I'd lived in the countryside all my life. In a small town with a population of around 15,000 people. I'd taken it for granted that I knew the names of my neighbors and they knew mine. I thought it was normal that our family cat, Tama, would sometimes stay with the elderly Mr. Igarashi. Oh. For days on end, because he fed our picky feline better cuts of meat than we did. I won't even bother trying to catch up with One Piece. Oh, no! If anything, I will watch the second season of the Netflix live action once it comes out. Loved the first season. Oh, but you miss out on so much good stuff. Aww. It was only to be expected that the clerk at the nearby grocery store would give me a few extra sweet potatoes whenever I stopped by because he knew my younger sister, Otoko, was fond of them. My hometown was much colder than Tokyo during the winter months, and I can still remember scenes from my childhood where the snow piled up on the roads and filled a full 5 inches thick. I feel like I read that wrong. Old roofs would strain beneath the burden of the snowfall, and my father would spend his days off work shoveling snow for our elderly neighbors. No matter how frigid the weather became in my small town, the people would always band together to help one another, spearheaded by gung-ho, eternally optimistic men like my father. What a great guy! Seems really cool. The name of the youngest sister is Otoko. That literally means man, male in Japanese. Yeah, my sister's a big, burly, tough man. What of it? It's this cute little anime girl just comes running up to you. Oh, no, it's not even cute. It's this big, tough dude. Big burly man. He's got like little pigtails on his side. He's got like the Giga Chad jawline. He's like, big brother, welcome home from winter. My old man's words, the hearts of the people were warm, even if their hands were cold. Otoko noko. Oh. Tokyo, meanwhile, is completely different. Everyone hates each other. In Tokyo, the streets are busy, and the buildings are big, and the people... It's hard for me to describe them. That's because there are far too many of them. Too many people in Tokyo. We gotta fix that. Don't worry, Japan's on it. Otoko no ko literally means man-child, young boy. Whoa. Can I use that as an insult? You man-child? Oh. Oh, wait. I didn't read it. Tokyo is inhospitable per se, but it's not the most welcoming of places. Least of all to a boy like me, who grew up in such a secluded environment. I was afraid Tokyo would eat me up and spit me back out again. I think my parents were afraid. We're afraid too. My bad. I stopped reading right after that. My mom used to call me every other day when I was first settling in. She was forever sending me bags of rice and locally produced fearful I might be so overwhelmed by my new surroundings, I would forget to buy food for myself. That, or maybe she was worried I wouldn't know how. Fortunately, I managed to make it this far. Though I was awkward and unsure in the beginning, I survived the hostile alien terrain of the big city. I joined the photography club at university, and I made several friends. My time in the city wasn't as bleak or as scary as I feared it would be. In fact, I enjoyed it. It's also a Japanese slang term for femboys. Oh! Didn't know that. I guess you never stopped learning. Whoa. Otoko no ko means femboy? Whoa! I can use that in my daily life. Whoa! 8 months later, and I've managed to make it back to my hometown in mostly one piece. The One Piece! With an expensive new haircut and expensive new shoes and expensive new glasses to show for my travels. My canvas bag lies on the ground at my feet. It's a small bag with only a few sets of clothes and a game console and my camera stashed away inside. Oh, he's got the necessities. I'm only going to be back home for a handful of days. I plan to stay for New Year's, of course, because it's a family celebration, and we, meaning me, my father, my mother, and my younger sister, always go to our local shrine together. But that's it. When the 3rd of January rolls around, I'll be back on this old rickety train back home. I can't afford to miss the start of the new semester. Not even a couple of days. Oh, time I have discovered, moves more quickly in the city than it does with the countryside. If you miss a single lecture, you'll be scrambling around for a week trying to recover the information that slipped through your fingers. But sometimes, it's too late. Oh, I wouldn't know. I dropped out of college. I didn't really do much. I like saying dropped out of college. I never actually went. Screw that crap. There's not enough time. There's never enough time. That's just true to life. We never have enough time to do the things that we want. Oh. Yeah, it's what they call trap character. Oh. I sigh as I stare out the train's window. It's very dark, but the stars are particularly bright tonight. I think I can spot Betelgeuse, out of the corner of my eye. It's the 3rd brightest star to the northern hemisphere. I know a lot about the stars. My grandfather liked to lecture me about the night sky when I was little. I wasn't particularly interested. I only cared about my Game Boy. Oh, but his lessons must have stuck. Can I see any other constellations out the train windows? It's hard to tell. My eyes, despite my brand new glasses, are unfocused. The snow doesn't help. The snowflakes fall slowly and lazily, swirling through the cool night sky like they have all the time in the world. Oh, time. I yawn. Of course it wouldn't snow in Tokyo. That would cause too many problems. It could interfere with the bus routes and the train schedules. School would be shut, business meetings canceled, and everything would fall apart. All it takes is a day. Time is money. It can only afford to snow out here, in the middle of nowhere. Because who is going to... Because who is it going to inconvenience? The citizens of my tiny town, with its miserable selection of shops and only one high school? Like anybody cares. 15,000 people is nothing compared to the millions who reside in Tokyo. I can feel sleep creeping up on me. My arms and legs droop like unwatered plants. My head feels far too heavy for my neck, as though it's been stuffed full of newspapers. Quite the intro. With a soft yawn, my eyelids fall shut, and my head leans back against my chair. Oh, think I'm dreaming. In my dreams, it snows. It always snows around here. Oh, a snowy dream. Whoa. Though I missed my parents a good deal when I went away to Tokyo, I eventually learned how to live without them. Whoa. I can even iron my own laundry now. It's nothing short of a miracle. That's crazy. I've always been on the short side for my age. Oh. Imagine being short. Yeah, it couldn't be me. I play my mother's gene pool with long, feminine fingernails and soft, round cheeks. What? I've always been on the short side for my age with long, feminine fingernails and soft, round cheeks, but I'm still 19 years old. Bruh. I'll be 20 next year, yeah! That's when I'll stop growing feminine fingernails and my cute little face will finally grow into a Giga Chad jawline. I am an adult, though I don't particularly look like one, and we all have to grow up eventually. When my parents saw me off at the train station last spring, my heart full of dreams, and my head full of nerves. My dad put one meaty paw on my shoulder and told me there was nothing to worry about. "You're my son," he said. "No matter what happens, you'll do fine. I have faith in you." At the time, I appreciated this vote of confidence, particularly when I had so little confidence in myself. I'd like to believe I'm capable of being self-sufficient now, but I still think about my father's words from time to time. His serious tone was quite unusual for my dad, who, despite being tall and broad-shouldered like a cop from a film noir, is always cracking terrible jokes. Whoa! Dude, I love terrible jokes. They make me laugh. His sudden supportive attitude was certainly new. Whenever I watched television with my family on New Year's Eve, huddled together beneath the kotatsu, like penguins. Whoa, penguin. My dad would point at the male idols on the panel show and say, "Let's see this. Look, you! I found the perfect job for you. Haven't you ever wanted to be a model?" Then he'd laugh and slap his knee, disrupting the top of the kotatsu, so green tea spilled everywhere. That's the kind of joke I make, I guess. I kind of do it to myself, actually. I, see something, and I'm just like, oh, hey, it's me. There I am. I never imagined I'd one day miss my father, who was determined to poke fun at me at every given opportunity during my formative years, but I missed him more than I expected. I'll tell you what, it reminds me of I actually... My family hates watching movies with me, right? They want to watch movies, but at the same time, they don't want me around because I talk during movies. Not all the time, but I'll be it's specifically true with Hallmark movies. When I was living with my sister, she would watch these movies, and I'd come home from work just to take a break. I lived really close to my work, so I was able to just kind of whenever my lunch break would kick in, I could go home and relax for a little bit. And she'd watch these Hallmark movies, and I discovered they're all the same. And so I would start to predict movies and start talking over them. And then I try adding in my own little spin. One time when my mom was watching one of these Hallmark movies, I was just like, I started adding the spin. She was watching it, and this guy was like, or this girl was like looking for this one particular dude or something, and was asking, and this guy was talking to her about this dude, and she's like, "Where can I find him?" And then I decided to speak up and said, "Oh, you're too late. He's dead. He's gone. Yeah, all hope is lost." And my mom just got so upset with me. She's like, "Can you just leave?" And I'm like, I had the biggest smile on my face. I'm like, "No, I'm enjoying the movie. I want to see what happens." She hates watching movies with me now, so we don't do it too often. As for my younger sister, however... Oh. Sister! Uh-oh. Welcome home. First thing we see. Hey, you! Are you deaf? I asked you to pass me the vinegar. I don't think I could ever miss her. Otoko might be part of my family, but we've never gotten on, despite how similar we look. He did say he looked very feminine, so... I was about to say, like, okay, one of those... One, it looks like a dude, and one looks like a girl. That's the way it's gonna be when you say something like that. She, like me, inherited her looks from our mother. Unlike me, however, her feminine charms aren't a source of amusement or derision. Otoko is short and slender, with a face shaped like an egg. Oh, egg face. She has clear skin, clear eyes, and the same long fingers that I have, though her nails are always filed and polished. Painted to match her outfit for the day. She's a pretty girl, there's no doubt about it. But... Oh, Gaming Master, how you doing? It's good to see you today. I didn't see you was live. I never got the notification. Oh, it's alright, it's alright. We are live, though. We're playing a visual novel today. Just a nice, fun, calming, relaxing story. Well, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. I've asked you, like, 4 times. The vinegar. Now! She's not exactly nice. Well, she did ask... Bruh. She did ask 4 times. If I said, hey, can you pass me that? Bro, can I just get the sugar, please? Please. Pass me the cup of sugar. Brother, please. The sugar. You better believe I'd probably be like, hey, stupid, pass me the sugar. I could do that to my brother. In fact, nice is the last word I'd use to describe her. I'm sorry, I was spacing out. I'm tired from my trip.
Emotional damage!
Whoa. Oh, Mother's speaking. You do look a little pale. Would you like me to run a bath for you, dear? Ah, it's fine, Mom. I can do it myself later. Just pretend the mom's there. We don't need to see the mom. My mother's always liked coddling people. Maybe that's why Otoko grew up to be such a... Oh, father! I should hope you can do it yourself. Being away from home for so long, a man's gotta learn someday. To shower. My dad laughs a lot and slapped a hand on my shoulder. Ow! Oh dear, if you're that tired, you should have some more green tea. It might wake you up after your long journey. Mom begins to refill my cup of tea without waiting for my response. What a sweet old mother. She doesn't have to play the role of the perfect hostess with me. But telling my mom that would be a fruitless effort. I've long suspected my mother has a unique form of OCD. Namely, she just can't rest easy when there's food to serve and cups to fill. Maybe it's because she worked as a waitress in a ryokan for a few years. What is that? I never heard of that one before. Ryokan? Or maybe it's because she missed having her family all together like this. That's what I would assume. I guess she wants to pamper me as much as possible while she has the chance. There aren't many people as compassionate as my mother, apart from Miss Mishima. Perhaps. Oh, it's another word for restaurant? Oh, okay. So she was just a waitress at a restaurant, basically. Who used to babysit me and Otoko when we were kids. Oh, please. While my mother is only too happy to attend to my needs, imagined or otherwise, Otoko is less enthusiastic. You can't be that tired, you big baby. Tokyo's not that far away. Psh. It's 6 hours, and my connecting train was half an hour late. That's inexcusable. What? Isn't that like a big deal in Japan when like trains are late? It's just like, well, you can't be that late. Oh, poor you. Excuse me if I don't weep with sympathy. At least you get to live at the big city now. I'd kill to be in your position. You can kill me if you want. Go ahead and take that. Let's not talk about killing at the dinner table, dear. We can do that afterwards. Whatever. Otoko rolls her eyes. The motion is particularly effective. This guy likes using the word particularly. Given the ring of black eyeliner that frames her deep brown irises. Maybe I should try to diffuse the tension. Oh. Particular. Yeah, really. There's lots of particularly... I like this little bit, particularly this portion. The four of us might be a family, a model example of a nuclear unit. But I have been away for almost a year. It's only natural our reunion would be a little awkward. You can't expect everything to revert back to the way it used to be over a single meal. Sure you can. Watch. You don't need to get jealous, Otoko. Don't call me that. Oops. I forgot how much Otoko hates it when people use her real name. Call me... Call me by my true name. Eye Sparkles. How could I forget? She only chewed off my head about it 1,000,001 times ever since she turned 13 and started reading fashion magazines and learned to be self-conscious. Otoko never used to be this much of a brat when she was a kid. Puberty, that's what it was. Beyond filling out her figure, did something rather frightening to my little sister. She might have blossomed on the outside, like a beautiful flower, but her personality has withered on the vine. I really don't like how he talks about his sister, dude. It's kind of uncomfortable. Exactly, Ayo. He's just like, oh man. When she was a kid, she was just whatever. Now that she's gotten older and more beautiful in her deep, wonderful eyes and the beautiful makeup that she has and just the slim face that she's got, I'm like, bro, please, she's your sister. Calm down. I'm sorry, Otome. Japan moment. Yeah, here we go. Our family name is Saotome. Saotome. Otoko prefers to go by a diminutive, oh my gosh, of that rather than her given name. Well, I can't exactly blame her. They got some weird hang-ups over there, bro. I'll tell you. Otoko inherited her name from our maternal grandmother, but it's a pretty hefty burden to place a fashion-conscious girl like my younger sister. While Otoko is written with perfectly oh my gosh. I'm such a... I can't read. This was a bad idea to read visual novels when you can't read. Oh no. Anyways, those for sound and girl, respectively. It's more commonly used to mean man. See? That's what Sergio said earlier. It means man, so of course she's probably gonna hate her name. Otoko says... Inokus... that doesn't help me, man. Otoko says as soon as she leaves home and goes to university, she's going to get her name legally changed. Mom tried to talk her out of it, but Otoko is as stubborn as a goat, and nothing can change her mind. That's why it's impossible to argue with her about anything. I never lie, and I'm rarely wrong. Anyway, Tokyo's that's not all it's cracked up to be, you know. Oh, really? Really? It's so big, and there are so many people, and it can be pretty noisy at times. Sounds like something a liar who tells lies would say. That's what I was thinking. Imagine a liar. A liar comes up to you and says, I never lie. That's what a liar would say. Ugh. So, are you trying to show off now? No, Oh, it must be so hard for poor little you, having to go all the way off the big bad city, while I'm stuck here in this dump with nothing to do for another 2 years. This town isn't so very bad, is it, Otome? You don't want to grow up too soon. Enjoy your childhood. I'm not a child. I just turned 17, Dad. Nonsense. You look like a little girl to me. Please, you'd say that even if I was as old as Grandma. That's because, no matter how old you get, you'll always be my darling little girl. And he wouldn't say that, because he'd be dead. Dad reaches over and ruffles up Otoko's immaculately styled hair. Ugh. Otoko pulls a face and shuffles away, the legs of her chair scraping against the floor. How many times have I told you not to do that, Dad? You're going to ruin my hair. Dad just laughs. Nerd. Dad laughs a lot. I like to imagine he has an evil laugh. I yawn, fatigued, but not fatigued enough to forget to press a hand against my mouth. I have no desire to give my family an eye full of mastic. Not on my first day back home. So, Otome, you wanted the vinegar? That's what I said like an hour ago. She obviously didn't make this request an hour ago, but I don't point that out. Getting into an argument about semantics would be incredibly childish and petty, and I am an adult now. Here, I would love for him to say, by the way, you didn't say that an hour ago, you said it about 15 minutes ago, freak. I slide the vinegar over to Otoko. As expected, she doesn't thank me. I don't know why you couldn't have gotten it yourself. And reached all the way across the table? Otoko raised an eyebrow. She doesn't say, what are you, stupid? But that's clearly the message she's trying to imply. You were closer to it than me, and anyway, you're supposed to be the man. Aren't you meant to look out for your little sister? Sorry, I didn't think. No, well, you never do. I guess some things don't change. It's rare I agree with my sister. It's true. I never think. That's what... But she might be right. It's been many months since I saw her last, but she's still a huge brat. So, honey, we're all curious. What's it like in the big city? It's big, and it's a city. You haven't been there a full year yet, but you already look different. Do you really think so? That's right. You've got new glasses, haven't you? And I think you've gotten taller. I looked at Mom hopefully. Taller, yes. Of course. Oh. Perhaps too hopefully, and exclaimed, "Huh? Really?" Uh-oh, that smile. How come we're only focused on Otoko here? I want to see Mom and Dad. Psh, in your dreams. Thanks for bringing me back down to earth with a bump, Otoko. You manly woman. Just rip the band-aid off. We all know he's balding. Oh, you got a haircut. Oh, it looks like you got that haircut 7 months ago. It's yet to grow back? Or, oh, it's growing very slowly. Oh. So, dear brother, why don't you spill the beans? What's it like in the big city? I'm dying to know. Please enlighten us little people. Well, there's so much. I'm not sure where to begin. I don't really want to begin either. Not with Otoko glaring at me, her lips pursed like she's sucking on a bitter melon. It's like, quit talking about your sister like that, dude. Her nice full lips as she's talking to me and staring directly at me. It's like, bro, please. I'm too tired for all of this. The train ride really took it out on me. I must be getting old. I don't like where this is going. A clear stream of water cascades from the tap and drums across the stainless steel basin by the kitchen sink. Glossy soap bubbles dance in the air, shining with rainbows. Tonight's dinner was a veritable feast, painstakingly created for the sake of replenishing your energy after that awful train journey, to use Mom's words. I'm grateful Mom went to the extra mile for me. Really, I am. Unfortunately, the sheer variety of side dishes Mom cooked has created a mountain of dirty bowls, pots, and pans. They're all stacked up on the right side of the sink, just like Mount Fuji in miniature. What? But, oh, alright, I guess I know what he's talking about. But more precarious, of course. Still, I shouldn't complain. Mom cooked all this food for me. Knowing her, she's probably been in the kitchen since the crack of dawn. She's the kind of person who makes her own dashi stock and noodles. No store-bought food for us. I'm a very lucky son. Mom went through a lot of effort on my behalf, so it's only right I should clean up the mess my return home caused. Mom tried to wave aside my offer to help. Don't be silly, dear. You can't wash up in your state. You must be exhausted. But I remained firm, despite the fatigue that had crept up on me. I hid my lethargy as best I could around Mom, but now she's pottered off to the living room with Dad. I can't quite stifle my yawns. The soap bubbles dance before my drooping eyes like something from a dream. Idly, I reach out and touch one. Its shining, spherical surface is slick and wet to the touch. Oh, for all 2 milliseconds before it bursts. It disappears without a trace, as though it was never there. Yeah, what a haughty vocabulary, I'll tell you what. This guy's really likes the word particularly as well. I'm sure he'll use it at least 5 more times before the end of the game. Unfortunately, the pots and pans remain, and they're not going to go away if I stand here spacing out. If only Otoko would help a little. Gosh dang it, my little sister. If only my little sister were here to lend a hand to help me, just the 2 of us together. Mom told her to lend a hand, but... Oh yeah, here she is. Hey, aren't you supposed to be doing the drying? I don't feel like it. But Mom asked you to help. Maybe she did, but Mom isn't here to tell me what to do right now. Not like you ever listened to her anyway, or anybody else for that matter. I sigh. I've only been back home a few hours, but Otoko's already started to get on my nerves. Look, I've had a busy day. I'll do the washing. The least you could do is run a cloth over these pots and pans. And ruin my nails? No thanks. I painted them yesterday. I don't know why you bother painting your nails anyway. Nobody's going to see them. Nerd. Shut up. I didn't ask for your opinion. Oh, it's not opinion, it's fact. Otoko's sitting at the kitchen table, her head propped up with one hand, the other idly flicking through a fashion magazine. Our cat, Tama, meanwhile, is lying in Otoko's lap. The sight stings. I've always loved cats, and I nagged my parents for one the moment I was old enough to form basic sentences. It was his first word. I'm not really sure why I was so obsessed, but the prospect of owning a cat sounded absolutely magical to me during my childhood. Oh, now I see what the person who wrote the review meant. They said something about the little sister's attitude almost making them quit the game, right? They did say that, yeah, they're like, she sucks! She's stupid! I hate her! And it's like, yeah. The fact that she's the only one we're seeing right now is just like, come on. I hate her. I don't want her to be the only one on screen right now. Maybe the developer didn't have enough money to hire someone to make more art. So we just gotta pretend like we see the mom and dad. Just use your imagination. The girl and the guy look just like their mom. They got their looks from her. Dad, who knows? We'll just pretend he looks like Giga-chan. Because why else? Well, what else is there? We'll make him look like Dio Brando. There we go. I begged and begged and begged until my mother finally caved in to my demands and bought me a cat for my 8th birthday. That was Tama. Tama was a caveat that I had to look after her by myself, but I didn't care. And Dio Brando, yeah, exactly. I was happy to have a cute feline friend of my very own, who I would love and cherish, and who would love and cherish me in return. That's not how cats work. Unfortunately, like most things in life, it didn't quite work out like that. Tama has never liked me. When she lets me pet her, which is rarely, she does so under duress, her eyes narrowed and her back rigid, my bad, whatever. Ready to bolt at any moment. Tama's always preferred Otoko, though I'm the one who used to feed her and empty her litter tray. Cats don't know the meaning of the word loyalty. Nope. Probably because they're cats, not humans. They don't have the thumbs we do to flick through dictionaries. Ah, yes, the dictionaries. We can flip through any book of our choice, but the dictionary is the one I would like to flip through the most. Whatever. I often wondered if Tama likes Otoko because they're so similar. They're both temperamental, selfish, and self-centered. He truly thinks about his sister a lot. You see this? Otoko's the only one who can carry Tama in her arms, and the only one who can make Tama purr. Oh!
Don't let your kids watch it!
Yodi, how you doing? Welcome! Good to see you today. Hi. I'm so late. It's okay. It's good to have you here. We're just reading a story right now. Just doing a visual novel. Stepbrother, help! Oh! That's the kind of relationship they have, right? That's exactly what it is. Those dang... Brr. Otoko's the only one who can carry Tama in her arms, and the only one who can make Tama purr. Tama's purring right now, in fact, her fluffy body vibrating. The sight is rather cute. It's a shame she never acts cute around me. The cat, I mean, not my sister. Am I really that unworthy? I try to cajole? What? Huh? Heh. But she's glaring at me I soon realize I slipped up. Trying to have a conversation with my little sister is like picking my way through a field full of landmines. Sorry, Otome. Don't you think this is a little unfair? Life's unfair. But I only just got back home. I shouldn't have to do all the washing and the drying by myself. I don't know why you're complaining. You're the one who volunteered. I know, but you're such a suck-up, you. You're always trying to score brownie points from people by people acting like a good little boy. I'm not a boy, I'm a man! I'm nearly 20. Come on. And is there anything wrong with helping others? I don't trust guys who act too nice. They always want something in return. Just a head pat? That's all I asked for. I just want you to help me do the dishes. And the saucepans, and the pots, and the cutting boards, and the bowls, and the plates, and the chopsticks. Tell her to post physique. Yeah, you're so big and bad, post your physique right now. Alright. I know there are a lot, but come on. I'm doing most of the work here. Because you were so eager to help. Well, whatever. I'll give you a hand on one condition. Yeah? What's that? I know Otoko too well. Even if I haven't been back home in a while, and there's a painfully high chance her singular condition will be something unpleasant. Yeah? I hope she doesn't ask me to put wasabi in my eyes. She's threatened me with worse before. But she doesn't threaten me, and neither does she ask me to injure myself for her amusement. Instead, she says brazenly, without a shred of embarrassment, I want a present. That's it? Pardon? Wasabi in the eyes is so nin. Am I right? That's such a nin thing to do. Heck, you guys are English native speakers and I have a C2 certificate of English proficiency from Cambridge, and we're all struggling. The translator/writer really went too far with the vocabulary. I'm so glad that I'm not the only one like reading this and being like, I said, numbskull, I want a present. And what did you do to deserve a present? Wait, is it obvious? No? Jeez, you're so dense. Ozako rolls her eyes. You went all the way to Tokyo, duh. You should have picked up a souvenir or two. I wasn't on holiday, Otoko. I mean, Otome. Sorry. Like I was saying, I wasn't on holiday. I was studying at university. You know, to get a job. But you were still in Tokyo. Yeah? Yes? And? I was looking for a bikini. Maybe something like this? The joke kind of writes itself, bro. Otoko turns a page in her magazine and holds up for my inspection. My bad. Not inspiration. I'm not inspired by this. And this one here too. They're both cute, but they don't sell any nice clothes in this crappy little town. Go to the next town over then. I have. They never have what I want either, but I'm sure they would in Tokyo. I've heard the boutiques there are huge, and the malls. It all sounds amazing. I'd love to go shopping in Bukuro. Ikebukuro or Shibuya. Do they not have the internet? Just buy it online! Come on! You gotta have Amazon! Just get it and get 2-day delivery, it's fine! Clothes and shopping are probably... Oh, this is not her talking. Clothes and shopping are probably Otako's second and third favorite topics of conversation, respectively. But clothes shopping beats them all out by a wide margin. Oh, jeez. This one-sided discussion has actually managed to bring a rare smile to my sister's lips. For a moment, she actually looks like a sweet, charming girl. Talking about all of her material wants. But the moment soon ends. Otako sighs, leans back in her chair. The legs screech against the floor unpleasantly. Tama's ears perk up. She's always been sensitive, even to the slightest of sounds. Though uncomfortable a few seconds ago, our finicky cat suddenly gets to her feet, or paws, I guess, and hops onto the floor. I've never been to a mall before. I want to go. It sounds like fun. Malls aren't really that interesting. They just have a lot of shops. You can get anything you want at the mall. And you can get anime figures, get clothes, get anime, you can get home decor, you can get manga, you can get anime figures, you can get anime. There's not much you can get there. That's easy for you to say now that you have all these opportunities. FYE, yeah! The closest mall to me is like 40 minutes away. And they have an FYE there. And bruh, I love that place. That mall is actually really cool too because they have like special vending machines. Oh, I gotta see if I can like get this video. I'll put it on the Discord server. They had a freaking what's it called? A cotton candy vending machine. I was so happy to order the cotton candy there. I'll see if I can't like find the video somewhere, and I'll put it on the Discord server if I can find it. It's FYE, a shopping center. Haven't heard of it. It basically it's a little acronym. It stands for like for your entertainment, and there's like a bunch of like pop culture stuff there. So they'll have like fake anime figures. They'll have some food. They have T-shirts. They actually sell anime there as well. A bunch of movies that came out, you know, either recently or a decade ago. There's a lot of cool stuff there. FYE is really cool. You get to go to a huge metropolis like Tokyo, and you don't even think to bring your little sister back a present? I'd kill to find clothes like this. She points to her magazine again. I bought an Exciter vinyl at an FIE. Oh. Around here. You have enough clothes already. It's true. Otako's closet is full to bursting with clothes. She's the kind of person who buys clothes compulsively, wears them once, then forgets about them. Truly, this is Western decadence at its finest. Ah, yes. But I don't have the clothes I want. You can't always have what we want. We can't always have what we want. My bad. I think I said you can't. Aren't you the one who said life is unfair? You could at least have asked me if I wanted any presents before you came back. Then you could have bought me back something nice. Either they forgot the letter R to say brought me back something nice, or they didn't mean to add the word back. And you could have bought me something nice, or you could have brought me back something nice. Or am I the idiot and this actually makes sense? But why would I buy my own sister a bikini? That's kind of weird. With how he's describing his sister, though, earlier, and how he keeps pointing out certain things and thinking about her all the time, it would have been the cherry on top. So, you won't get me a gift? It's too late now, I'm already back home. Otoko rolls her eyes. You could buy it when you get back and have it posted to me later, genius. And you might as well order it online yourself. There you go, they do have the internet. You're missing the point here. If I had to do that, it wouldn't be a present. And why do you deserve a present? You're so selfish. All you do is sit here behind while I do the work. It's because you offered like a moron. Right, that does it. I stepped forward too. Do what exactly? I'm not sure. Throwing my wet towel at Otoko's face is the first thing that comes to mind, but I don't get the chance to wreak my revenge. That's because, at this exact moment... Tama? Something small and furry intertwines itself around my unsuspecting ankles. Jeez. I stagger like a drunkard, arms flying out of support, but there's nothing to grab onto. I teeter. I totter. And then, quite spectacularly, I fall. Oh, jeez. My behind hits the floor with a dull thud. My head smacks against the back of the fridge. No, it doesn't say the back of the fridge. When I saw fridge, and I saw it said fridge. My head smacks against the back of the kitchen cabinets, while the small of my neck catches against one of the handles. What does that mean? The small of my neck. Oh, holy! I curse under my breath. This is the town he grew up in, no? Yeah, this is the town he grew up in. It hurts! It hurts a lot, actually. Tama, of course, escapes relatively unscathed. She gave me a withering look and darts away, her tail held proudly aloft. Otoko snorts. What a douchebag. There's gotta be some form of justice, right? We gotta screw over Otoko somehow. Let's just keep calling her Otoko from now on. We call her man. You manlet. She's like, I'm a girl, you call me Otome. I'm like, no, you're Otoko. You're such a klutz, you. That's what you get for refusing to buy me your only sister a fitting present. I grit my teeth together and count to 10 inside my head. He's gotta kill her. If I don't, I'll end up saying something I regret. Otoko really is impossible. December 29th, Friday. So when's the part where I get to date my grandma? Oh, breakfast the next morning is an awkward affair. Otoko, who's sitting opposite me at the table, barely gives me a second glance. Her entire attention is directed at her miso soup with laser-like intensity. Is she really that upset I didn't agree to buy her a bikini? Tuh, I have to buy my sister a bikini? What? I could see that being like a light novel title. I have to buy my sister a bikini? I'd read that. Why should I anyway? Knowing Otoko's taste, the scanty strips of fabric tied together with flimsy strings that she covets would cost me more than a meal capable of feeding a whole family. Besides, I have no real desire of loitering around the women's swimsuit section in any stores, especially not for the sake of my sister. I know Otoko wouldn't appreciate it, and I didn't go to Tokyo to buy my family gifts. I'm not a tourist. I live there now. It's my home. But this town used to be my home not so very long ago. Things really have changed during the last 8 months. Though Otoko is trying her hardest to avoid me, there's something softly nostalgic about this scene. In fact, it's nostalgic precisely because she's avoiding me. I suppose Otoko's foul temper is, too, just a part of my daily life. Old life. We used to get on well enough when we were younger, but we haven't for a few years now. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever done anything egregiously terrible to her, other than call her the wrong name from time to time. Make that, most of the time, though. Yeah, just calling her by her real name and she gets mad. You gotta call me by my other true name. Rainbow Glitter the Third. You know, something stupid. Still pondering, I fish a cube of tofu out of miso soup and pop it between my teeth. It's smooth and silken, imbued with dashi stock, and has a deeper, richer flavor than any tofu I've tasted before. Mom watches me expectantly, a small smile on her face. Ah. How is it, dear? Really great. I return her smile with one of my own. Have you gotten even better at cooking? Oh, stop. You're trying to flatter me. Well, maybe. I am your favorite, right, Mom? Just say yes. It's fine. Who's my competition? This dude? If you keep it up, you'll get seconds. You see if you don't. If you keep it up, you'll get seconds. You see if you don't. That's weird phrasing. That was the general idea. Yes. Ah, indeed. When did you become such a smooth talker, you? Being in the big city must have taught you a thing or two about flattering the ladies. Oh, please, I'm no lady. I'm old enough to be his mother. Ah, ha, 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 ha. And that's where the credits roll. Of course, Otoko. Mux. Mux is good food. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, I gotta stretch for a second. I've been reading for the past hour. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, Mom, this is Mux. Really like this Mux here. It's such a disgusting word, too. Mux. Ugh, gross. Get a room, you two. What is wrong with this family? Is this what small life is like? A small town is like? It's just like freaking him coming back and he's just like, oh, my sister. she reached puberty and now she's a voluptuous flower that's blossomed like anyone else, and he's saying like all this weird stuff, and then now he's talking about his mom, and she's like, oh, you guys should get a room. I'm like, what? Huh? That's the most I've heard from Otoko during the past 20 minutes. I swear, being with her is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. But at least stones can't pull you faces and call you gross. Not even the stones in the mythical land of Tokyo. Really? So, do you want another helping of miso soup, honey? Yes, please. I hold out my bowl and my mom takes it, bustling off to the counter to fetch my top up. And what about the rice? Do you have enough? Yeah, exactly. That's like, what is happening here? Well, I guess a little more can't hurt. Then again, this is also the same visual novel that's supposed to like turn your grandma into like an anime girl. So I think that's gonna get pretty weird too. Let's see how weird we can truly make this. That's right. You're still a growing boy. You need to eat to keep your energy up, especially now you are back home. Sometimes I worry about you in the city, you. I don't know if you're eating enough or eating the right things. I think he's been eating more than enough, Mom. I mean, look at him. He's so fat now. Like, what do you mean? Isn't it obvious? You're going to end up like Dad if you're not careful. Oh, you mean the coolest guy in the world who helps everybody? He's like probably one of the funniest guys I've ever met? Dang. Imagine being like Dad. Well, it's about time he started taking after me. I've always thought he was too skinny. Oh, don't you worry. He's looking more and more like you by the day. Stop being stupid. Cut it out. Gosh, if everyone knows I'm gonna turn out just like my mom, an old lady, idiot. I glare at my little sister bitterly. When she was being silent, part of me wished she would say something. But now she's opened her mouth, I want nothing more than for her to keep it shut. There are a handful of things in the world that should never be opened, no matter what. And that includes my little sister, her mouth. The first is the sealed off entrance to Izanami's tomb. Izanami? Who's Izanami? Hold up. Is this important? Who's Izanami? Izanami. Whoa. Izanami no Mikoto, she who invites, is the creator deity of both creation and death in Japanese mythology, as well as the Shinto mother goddess. She and her brother husband seriously? We're making all these silly little what? We're making all these stupid incest jokes, and like he brings up Izanami, and freaking Izanami is, oh my gosh. I regret reading that. It's fine. It's important to learn. The second are the tubs of my grandmother's homemade natto. Oh, the natto. And third is Otoko's mouth. Mom hands me my bowl of miso soup, now filled to the brim, and exchanges it for my half-finished bowl of brown rice. She goes to the rice cooker, ambling good-naturedly. She hums while she scoops up more rice into my bowl, then returns it to me with a smile. Here you go, sweetie. Enjoy. Oh, thanks. I tried to sound enthusiastic. Oh, thanks. That's great. But my good mood has begun to wane. I poke at a cube of tofu in my miso soup. It bobs like a rubber duck in a bathtub. I know Otoko. He's always thinking of Otoko. I know Otoko's trying to get at me, and I don't want to give her the satisfaction of winning. But now it's impossible for me not to feel self-conscious. Have I really put on weight? Sure. I don't think I look any different than I did 8 months ago, but Otoko's forever poring through fashion magazines and peering at her reflection in the mirror. She probably has a better eye for looks than I do. I guess I have been eating out more than I used to. It's to be expected. Oh! It's to be expected, really. When there are so many restaurants and fast food places in Tokyo, and I live next to a McDonald's that's open 24/7. Oh, how could I not eat there 24/7? The McNuggets? I need it! Scarfing lukewarm chicken nuggets! See? At 3 in the morning while working on an essay due to later that day in peak. An essay due later that day. My bad. I read that wrong. An essay due later that day is peak student living. Oh? I thought you said you were hungry, you. Why are you picking at your food like that? I'm fine. Psh, fine, he says. You're going to look like Pikachu if you're not careful. Is that such a bad thing? Pikachu's dope. Pikachu's freaking awesome. I'd rather look like Pikachu than you, a muck. You know, I've always thought Pikachu was pretty cute. I met Pikachu from the first games with the round, chubby belly. Or maybe Snorlax would be more accurate. Otoko! Hey! Otoko kicks the leg of my chair beneath the table. That's Otome to you. Her kick upsets the table, and my precariously filled bowl of miso soup splashes all over the table and onto my lap. It's uncomfortably hot, and I hiss beneath my breath. Otoko, be more careful! I think you're the one who needs to be more careful, you. Just look at yourself. Look at you! You're so childish! You need to grow up! I think you've grown up a little too much, dear brother. Oh, not up, but out? Why, you? I would take that bowl and, like, splash it onto her, like, nerd! No, you two. Try to behave, please. You're not children anymore. That's right. Be nice to your sister, you. Yeah, she did nothing wrong. I mean, look at her. So perfect and flawless, and she's done nothing wrong. That's right, you. Be nice to your sister. Ugh. I grit my teeth together. Being the oldest sibling, I'm always the one who gets in trouble, no matter what Otoko does. My parents are soft on her. Dad always wanted a daughter, I think, so they let her get away with a lot. It doesn't hurt that she's so pretty. Dang it! Her drop-dead gorgeous looks, and golly gosh, I gotta get her that bikini because she asked for it. Dang it! I want to stamp my feet on the floor and say that this isn't fair. But I know doing that really would make me seem like a child. I'll have to try and bear it. Or will I? All of a sudden, I'm hit with a bright idea. You know what? I was thinking about visiting Grandma today. Huh? Why would you do a stupid thing like that? Visiting old people? Ugh. Couldn't be me. Oh, Shin, how you doing? Ethan, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're playing A Winter's Daydream today. It's a visual novel. We are making some pretty stupid jokes, but we're having some fun with it at least. I think it's pretty silly. How you been? How you been? Like the stream, exactly. To an outsider, Otoko's reaction might seem rude, but I think she has a valid point for once. Umeko is our parental grandmother. Paternal, not parental. Paternal grandmother. And our only grandparent who's still alive. She lives even further out in the sticks than we do, if you can imagine such a thing. Her house is situated in a village far littler than our town. Littler? A good 40 minutes away by train. Just chatting with old school friends after a long time. Nice, nice. How are they doing? They're doing pretty good? The train chugs along an old semi-abandoned track that's rusted and overgrown with weeds. There are no buildings for miles around. No streets, no houses, just flat, seemingly endless expanses of fields. Oh, jeez. I think about 300 people call my grandma's teeny tiny village home. I'm surprised it hasn't been bulldozed over to make room for a highway yet. But maybe the planners in the local government don't know the village exists. Oh. So far out of the way, more birds live there than people, building their nests in the holy roofs of the abandoned houses. Oh. I used to hate our family visits to Grandma Umeko when I was little, but now I'm starting to think that the place and that the peace and quiet of the countryside would be good for me. It'll certainly be more peaceful without Otoko around. I'm being serious. Oh, I'm being serious. I haven't seen Grandma in a while, and if I let this moment slip by, who knows when I'll next get the chance. I don't understand why you'd want to take this chance. We had to go there this summer, and it was so boring. I got bitten to death by bugs, too. Well, you know how it is. She's getting on in years, and I want to see her if... well, just in case. You don't need to worry about Mother. She's a tough old bird. Tough as they come. I know, but it really has been a while. Weirdo. Oh, Anthony, how you doing? Welcome. Hi. Hi. Oh, making bunch of files like me and that idea you gave me, I wasn't able to do that. Didn't find a... Man, you didn't find a fly? Aw. Like, hey, I know you asked for these files, but I got flies instead. Dang, that's rough. If only you had a couple of flies. You're okay, Anthony? That's good to hear. That's good. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a Winter's Daydream. It's just a nice, relaxing little visual novel. Trying to crack all the dumb jokes that we can, and it's pretty silly. It's gonna get even sillier, I think. Oh, jeez. Good. Big stretch. Boy. You having a good time though, Sergio? You enjoying the stream so far? As silly as it is? Surprised it hasn't let me make a choice yet. Sometimes visual novels will let you make choices and like it kind of becomes your own stream, or not stream, but your own story after a while. Well, I think it's a nice idea. Umiko's always been fond of you. And she's only been to Tokyo a few times in her life. I'm sure she'd love to hear how you've been doing at university. Then I'll go and call her right now. Yes, you do that. But do you have any idea when you'll be coming back? I'm not sure yet. It takes a while to get out there, and the trains and buses don't run very often. Maybe they'll all get cancelled, and then you'll get stuck in the mountains for months and months. Why does Otoko sound so pleased about that prospect? If that happens, I'll change my name to Heidi and start rearing goats. Otoko snorts and rolls her eyes, but doesn't add any further comment. That is, if a mumbled freak under her breath counts as further comment. Yeah, she sucks. Get her out of here. Just don't stay with your grandmother for too long. We want to spend time with you too. Don't forget, it's almost New Year's. We need to visit the local shrine together, as a family. That's what we always do, isn't it, dear? That's right. New Year's wouldn't be the same without you. That's why they named him You, so that way they could say that. I know my mother's a fun old woman to be around, and she's always doted on you, but don't let her take up all your time. Whoa, my gosh, I'm dying. Have you tried the new Marvel Rivals game? It's free to play. Yeah, we've had 2 streams of it already. Oh, jeez, my back. Yeah, we played Marvel Rivals last night, actually. Shrednet came on to join me for it. He found that Penny Parker is his favorite character to play as. I found a couple of new characters that I kind of want to try out. I kind of want to try Adam Warlock again. I think he's pretty fun. He's got like a really powerful attack, and he's also a really good healer. So I might try Adam Warlock a little bit more. Even Black Panther was kind of dope. Ugh. Don't worry, I'll only be gone a day. 2 days at most. That's what you say, but all your days are precious. You're my only son, and I really have missed you. And I'm Grandma's only grandson. I'm sure she's missed me too. More than Otoko has, at any rate. My little sister is reclining in her chair, chopsticks in her mouth, idly pushing a tofu from one side of her cheek to the other. When she sees me looking, she scowls and turns her head away. And I thought little sisters were supposed to respect their older brothers. Why did I have to get stuck with Otoko? Freak. Oh. I phoned my grandmother after breakfast, and she sounds more than happy to accommodate me for a few days. At least somebody is. Luckily, I don't have too much to pack. I was so tired after dinner last night, I didn't have the time to take all my belongings out of my rucksack. Ugh. I retrieve my bag from my bedroom, then make my way downstairs. Tama is meandering about in the entrance hall by our shoes. She sniffs my sneakers curiously, her pink nose twitching, her head cocked to one side. Maybe my scent has disturbed her. Cats are incredibly territorial, and it has been 8 months since I last came back here. Do I smell unfamiliar to her now? Maybe she thinks I'm a stranger, a hostile invader. Oh well. Tama's never liked me anyway. Shoo! Shoo! I wave a hand in Tama's direction, and she hisses, scampering off down the hall. Her tail is stuck up in the air like an aerial. What? As it is so often. Did you see that Dragon Ball Z Kakarot got new DLC based on the new Dragon Ball Z TV series? Yeah, I did. I was actually, I think, I don't remember if it was the first episode that we did for Super or not, or if it was the last stream I did of Kakarot, but I talked about it a little bit. It's just like, it's got lots of DLC, and the game came out in like 2020, but they're still making DLC for it. So eventually, after we beat Dragon Ball, or after we're done, I don't know if you can beat the game. After we're done with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, we'll probably go back to Kakarot and we'll play the DLCs, like all of them. I really want to do the Future of Trunks thing. Like, that's probably one of my favorite side bits of Dragon Ball. Stupid cat. I take a seat on the stairs and slide my shoes onto my feet. You could act a little nicer to me, you know. I don't see why she should. You're never nice to her. Oh. I glance upward, meeting my sister's narrowed eyes. Why are you here? Go away! Go away! I'm doing this to get away from you! I don't like you! You're the problem, sister! It's you. Jeez, as you say Tama has personality problems, you're the one who should be acting nicer, you. And why's that? You should be more appreciative that I came to talk to you before you left. Duh. Yes, yes. I'm overwhelmed with emotion that a goddess such as yourself deigned to materialize before a mere mortal like me. Quite literally, too. I didn't hear Otoko's footsteps as she approached me. Maybe she really did materialize out of thin air. Then again, it's more likely Otoko is so skinny her feet don't make telltale noises as they touch the floor. Otoko doesn't eat much. She picks at her food daintily, like a baby bird, and pushes things around in her bowl and on her plate, but not very much actually goes inside her mouth. Maybe she's trying to get that perfect bikini body at the end of December. Yep. I mean, that's the kind of that's how she is. That's how she be. Otoko might not be the nicest of girls, but you can't say she isn't dedicated. So, why are you here? Are you going to beg me not to leave? Will you miss me after all? Ha! As if. Should have known. Oh, I got a present from my little sister. I just came to give you this. It's so you don't starve. Otoko thrusts something in my direction. It's a small lunchbox wrapped up cutely in a pink and white spotted handkerchief. The handkerchief is tied at the top in a neat ribbon, keeping the separate layers of the lunchbox held together. Oh. Do you know if the new Dragon Ball Kakarot DLC is free, or do you get to pay for it? What do you think? Guarantee you have to pay for it. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably going to be somewhere around like $15, maybe more. But that seems to be the normal price around the DLCs for Kakarot. The game of Kakarot itself, at least, I don't know if it is online, but I bought it for cheap. It was only like 20 bucks. So the rest of the cost would probably come from DLC. So yeah, pretty sure you have to pay for it. I don't even know if there is free DLC for Kakarot. It's a very sweet gesture. At least it would be if Otoko weren't scowling. But it doesn't match my younger sister at all. What is she playing at? Easy, she didn't make it. Mom did. Are you really giving this to me? Well, duh. Who else would I be giving it to? Ask a stupid question, I guess. Why are you sitting there gawping? You'll let flies in. Oh, sorry. I just didn't expect this. A cutely packaged lunchbox is the very last thing I'd expect Otoko to hand me. Unless the contents are poisoned, of course. Like I said, guarantee you Mom made it. She said, go give this to your brother. Younger sisters in TV shows are usually sweet and doting. Oh, jeez. They worry about their older brothers, fuss over their health, and make them delicious food. It's a shame these girls only exist inside the TV screen. My little sister is the exact opposite of all of that. That's why this situation is so surprising. By any chance, did you make this? No. Ozako rolls her eyes. See? Told ya. Told ya. What'd I say? Mom did, obviously. Oh, right. Of course. As if Otako would ever cook for me. I'm not sure if Otako can cook in the first place, though a lot can change in 8 months. And even if she could, she wouldn't waste her culinary prowess on me. She hates me. Well, thanks for giving it to me. It's nothing. Mom told me to. Told ya! Mom made it. She said, go do this. And now the guy is overthinking it. Like, oh, my sister's giving me lunch. She's like, no, she's just a delivery person. It's like buying something on Amazon and the person comes up to you and is like, oh, here, you got a package for you. And then you look at the guy like, you're giving this to me? I've never received a present from anyone before. The guy's just like, I'm just doing my job. That's exactly what's happening here. If she hadn't asked, I wouldn't have bothered. I figured. Now, take it. Hurry, hurry. Otako shoves the lunchbox in my hand, scowling. She uses so much force I almost dropped it. Now get going. I'm sick of looking at your idiotic face. Well, thanks, I guess. Whatever. I rattle the lunchbox curiously with one hand. I don't know what's inside, but I can hear the sound of food sliding around, hidden from my prying eyes. What could Mom have made of me for my journey? There'll be rice, no doubt. That's a standard. Rolled egg omelet, too? Maybe small hamburger steaks or fried chicken? Don't shake the lunchbox like that. You'll ruin it. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe she did make it. She's just saying Mom's forcing her. Now, what are you waiting for? Run along. You'll miss the train if you don't. And then you really will be stuck with me. Wouldn't that be awful? I open my mouth, ready to retort. But I don't know what I should retort with. I never seem to know when I'm with Otako. That doesn't really matter though, because she turns about on her heels and stalks off in much the same manner Tama did earlier. If Otako had a tail, I'm sure it would be sticking up in the air. Yep, probably. I watch her from afar, sighing. Thanks for your concern. Well, I can always look on the bright side. I doubt my relationship with my lovely sister can get any worse. If you're already at rock bottom, there's no place you can go other than up, right? Hey, dude. My train journey is relatively unremarkable, and would be perfectly silent were it not for the rattling of the old train's wheels against the track. I'm one of the only people sitting in this old, juddering car. There's a woman with brown hair holding a bouquet of white lilies on her lap, and a man with a young boy, his son presumably, resting against his shoulder. A stuffed bear clutched to his chest. But that's all. Otherwise, the carriage is utterly deserted, just like the flat, featureless countryside that speeds past us. I stare aimlessly at out the windows, which are frosted over with outer snow icing. The rice fields and hedgerows, oh my gosh, I'm struggling to read that, are pure white. All the trees have been stripped of their leaves. The cool wind runs through them, making them shiver. Oh, Arkham Kratos! Hello, lovely friends! Hello, how you doing? Welcome! We're reading a visual novel today. I've been wanting to do these visual novels for a while on the channel, and I decided to pick this one because it's very short and very silly. At least relative to freaking visual novels. I was tempted to play Clannad at first, but that game is like 40 hours long, and I don't want to commit to that just yet. So I want to do smaller ones first. But how you doing, Arkham Kratos? How you doing? You doing all right? Here we go. The unused hand rests sway precariously above my head. Why are there hand rests on an old train like this? Nobody needs to stand. There are always free seats available. Not enough people live around here. There aren't any houses, just fields. The handrest seems like a useless expense, rocking pointlessly to and fro with the motions of the train. It's cold inside the train compartment, and my every exhalation of air mists up the windows. The young boy clutching the bear mumbles incoherently in his sleep. A strand of drool drips slowly from the corner of his mouth, and his father wipes it away with a crumpled up tissue. This tender, gentle gesture makes me think of my mother, and how she would baby me when I was that boy's age. She still babies me, even now, though I'm almost 20. But it isn't really the same. I'm getting older, and nobody can stop the inevitable march of time. During the long journey, which lasts a good half an hour away, longer, my bad, than it has any right to be, I eat my lunch. Mom did a wonderful job, just like usual. There's brown rice, as expected. Mom's favors brown rice over white. She says it has more flavor. Oh. Yeah, how do you guys like to eat your rice? I like eating fried rice. There are times where I would make, what's it called? Whenever I make rice, I would add, like vegetables to it, fry it over a pan. It actually tastes pretty good. Sometimes I'll add, like, teriyaki sauce to it. It's real nice. Accompanied with rolled egg omelets, cherry tomatoes, crispy fried chicken, and slices of apple. Mom used to make lunches like this for me back when I was in elementary school. If I ignore my reflection in this train's windows, I could almost fool myself into believing I'm a small child again. Ugh. Now when I go to Panda Express, I will get double orange chicken and fried rice, always. Heck yeah. Actually, I think that's what I do too. Like, fried rice is pretty good. I like it. Fried rice with chicken teriyaki. Nice. See, I like fried rice a lot. So, like, I only eat white rice if it has, like, something, like, over it. Like, maybe if it's, like, a soup or something that goes alongside it or something like that. But if I have the choice, if they say, hey, do you want fried rice or white rice? I'm like, fried. Give me my fried rice. I close the lid of my empty lunchbox and set it on my lap, resting my fingers on the box. I turn my head and look outside the window, at the sugary snow clinging to each and every surface. I feel like I'm trapped inside a snow globe. Oh my gosh. The biggest snow globe I've ever been created. When the train finally pulls into the station, with an unpleasant screech of brakes and a flurry of powdered snow, I almost feel remorseful. I was enjoying my journey, and I wasn't the only one. The woman with the lilies jolts, her eyes wide. I think she was starting to nod off, clinging to her chest, slightly crushed... Nothing about her chest. Clinging to her slightly crushed bouquet, like some sort of talisman. Ah, yeah. The little boy with the stuffed bear jerks wide awake likewise. He glances about the almost empty train compartment and the abandoned train station and blinks. His eyes fill with tears. Then he starts to cry. I don't really blame him. I used to feel like crying whenever my parents took me to this tiny village too. It's so unkempt and run down, it only inspires vague, uneasy feelings of depression. The dilapidated old train station, though station, might be a bit generous, my bad. Oh my gosh. I am adding words and taking away other words, man. A bit generous when there's only one platform. Tempers one's expectations from the village beyond it perfectly. It's dull and desolate, and almost entirely removed from the real world. All the same, I think I've gained a newfound appreciation for peace and quiet after living in Tokyo. It's relaxing, even if the young boy's tears aren't. The boy's dad leans over, attempting to console him, but I pay them little heed. I get to my feet, pulling my luggage out of the wreck above my head. It's time to get going. Oh. Grandma! My grandmother greets me cheerfully when I arrive at her home. She rattles off all the usual pleasantries while I take off my shoes in the entrance hall. How much she missed me. How happy she is to see me. And how I'm welcome to stay with her for as long as I like. Ah. Will you be playing Fairy Tail 2 on your channel? It comes out this week on the 13th. I wasn't planning on it. Is it kind of like the Attack on Titan 2 situation where it's like just retelling the game story? What the heck is this? Oh, Fast Food Simulator's out. Dang it! I'll play that next week. The Fairy Tail 2? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'll look into it and see. This. Once my shoes are removed and lined up beside my grandmother's winter boots, she ushers me into the living room. It's not until we're both seated beneath the kotatsu and the heater beneath warming our feet that she says the fateful line all grandmothers say to their grandchildren when they haven't seen them in a few months. Grandma! Oh, my, you've really grown. It's as predictable as clockwork. I wonder if there's some kind of script that grandparents operate from, or maybe an obscure law? Yeah, it's gotta be something, right? Ugh. As I ponder this, I look down at myself and frown. Have I really grown taller? Oh yes, definitely! To be quite honest, I can't see any difference. I think my grandmother's being a bit too optimistic. Either that, or she shrunk during the last few months, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility, actually. Strange things happen to our bodies as we get older. I think I look the same as always. Oh, maybe to you, but because you see yourself in the mirror every day. It's hard to notice change when it creeps up on you. I guess. It's different for me. I don't see you in 8 months, and you shoot up like a bean sprout. I think Mom said something like that yesterday, too. Hisako did? No, my mom. Who's Hisako? Freaking old lady's crazy. Then I take her word for it. She has a good eye, that woman. Dad didn't seem to notice, though. Well, Kaname. See, these people have names, but we didn't see their character art. How am I supposed to know they have names? He can't see more than 5 feet past his own face. For all of his Sako's smarts, I don't know if she made the right decision when she married my son, though. As Kaname's mother, I'm glad she did. He needs a woman to help guide him in my absence. Right. My voice trails off. I'm not sure what to add to that. My grandmother is a strange woman. She likes teasing people, particularly my dad. There's another particularly right there. And she jokes around so often it's hard to tell when, if ever, she's being serious. She reminds me a little of a fox, actually. She's easily as devious. I sometimes wonder how she managed to raise a straightforward man like my father. Anyway, would you like some green tea? I can hand brew you a cup. Oh, you don't have to, Grandma. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Oh, don't. Taking care of my beloved grandson is never any trouble. I might be old, but I'm not that old. She has a point. Grandma Umeko might be in her 80s. Whoa. But she's as energetic as a woman half her age. Her spirit is very much alive. But her body betrays her years. Her fingers are long and skinny, her face ingrained with wrinkles, and her eyes would be horribly unfocused without the aid of her glasses. Despite all this, however, my grandmother pulls herself to a feet. With a smile betraying no weakness. For such an old woman, her tenacity is quite impressive, but I'm worried all the same. You don't need to make the tea for me. I can always help you. I push my palms against the surface of the old kotatsu, ready to get to my feet, but now that will never do. Sit down, dear. You're the guest, and I see you so rarely these days. I want to take care of you while I have the chance. I'll get that tea for you in a moment. Right. Well, thank you for your hospitality. You don't need to be so formal, dear. We're family. Sorry. And you don't need to apologize either. She, pulls out a whip and it's just like, if you apologize again. I catch myself before I can make the same mistake twice. My grandmother smiles fondly. You really are Hisako's son. She's very polite too. A model woman, in fact. I think you're more like her than my Kaname. Is that a good thing? No, it isn't. I don't raise no sissy boys here. She's like... It is what it is. No matter who your parents are, you're still at the end of the day. You're still you at the end of the day. Right. So, the tea. Do you like green? You like green tea, right? You'll have to forgive my poor memory, but it's been such a long time, I've quite forgotten. Green is fine. Good. It's all I have at the moment anyway. Yukinari always loved my tea, but... Oh well, that's in the past. Well, now, would you look at me rambling on? I need to get that kettle brewing. The work of a hostess is never done. My grandmother pads out of the living room, her footsteps cushioned by her cream slippers. Oh. I begin to glance around in my grandmother's absence, letting the heat of the kotatsu soothe my weary feet and aching legs. Oh. My grandmother's home is quintessentially Japanese. The walls are supported with wood, the floors made from tatami mats, and the doors are sliding screens. This kind of architecture feels almost rustic after my time spent in Tokyo. My apartment in Tokyo has a distinctly Western feeling. There are no tatami floors, and there's not that much wood either. There are a lot of smooth, shiny plastic surfaces, however, and I sleep in a bed instead of a futon. This old house is as far away from my apartment as it's possible to get, and it looks the same as always. The same pictures hang on the walls, the same books line the shelves, and the same wooden fruit bowl rests atop of the kotatsu. The only object in this room that is Japanese sensibilities is a French doll sitting on a small table by a bookcase. Oh, look at the doll! Look at it! So cute! The doll has blonde hair tied back in neat ringlets, blue eyes fringed all with long lashes, and small, pouty lips. She wears a dress made of silk. Real silk, I think, with matching shoes and socks. I think her name is Lisette. My grandparents bought Lisette when they were on holiday to Europe more than 50 years ago. She's been a permanent fixture of this house ever since. Even if she is a tad out of place. When she was younger, Otoko used to examine Lisette, brushing out her hair and unbuttoning and rebuttoning her dinky little shoes. Once again, thinking about his sister. I played with Lisette too, though not quite as delicately as my sister. I made her into a Mobile Suit Gundam pilot. I used to tip the poor doll upside down, intrigued to see what sort of underwear she had on. Plain white drawers if you're interested. Why would I be interested? Why on earth would I care? It wasn't a particularly exciting sight. Once again, using this word particularly. He loves this word. Visiting my grandparents was never exciting. This old house reminds me of my childhood, of long, seemingly endless summer days where I would lounge about in the shade, trying to keep both the heat and my own boredom at bay. It never worked. Sometimes my parents and my grandparents and Otoko and I would eat slices of watermelon sitting on the wooden veranda outside. The watermelon was grown locally, its firm green skin concealing an inviting, pale pink interior, studded with little black seeds. That's a watermelon. Yep, he described the watermelon. We used to sprinkle salt on our slices of watermelon to draw out the flavor. It's a trick Dad taught me. Does that work? Salt on watermelon? Sounds disgusting. That was kind of fun, I guess. But the warm summer air thronged with intrusive insects. They buzzed and bit and sucked my blood, leaving me with little red wells all over my arms and legs. Fortunately, it's too cold for insects right now. My grandmother's home is safe as it was during those long, lazy summer days. But now the windows are glazed with ice and the kotatsu is the focal point of the living room. The kotatsu and the oranges. The pictures on the walls. Lisette on her desk. And opposite the boxy television set. Ah, a single syllable falls from my lips. Ah! I was wrong. There is something different about this room after all. A small shrine has been erected on the stand in the corner, a photograph of my grandfather in the center, a few candles around the edges. My grandfather died a little over a year ago, before I went to university. I haven't seen my grandmother since the funeral. I haven't been to her home. I've never seen the shrine. I swallow. I never used to like visiting my grandparents. I knew they were nice people. They always gave me spending money on my birthday and New Year's. Oh! My grandma did or my grandpa rather, I should say. My grandma, I don't think, they should try talking my grandpa out of it. Whenever we go visit my grandparents on my dad's side of the family, my grandfather, I called them my abuela and abuelo because they were my Cuban side of the family. Whenever I'd visit them, my abuelo would give me like he'd give us a bunch of money, and he'd just be like, "Don't spend it all on pizza," and he'd just like give it to us. It was also because of him that I got into baseball when I was younger. He really liked me being a baseball player, and he wanted me to be like big in it. If only you could see me now. I'm a VTuber now. Good. Okay. But I was too young to appreciate their company. Then my grandfather died. He died, and I wasn't that upset because I didn't really know him. But that upset me more than his passing did. I feel that. I feel that. I didn't know him. Was that possible? I had plenty of opportunities to talk to him during my childhood, but I never took advantage of them. Instead, I spent my time at my grandparents' home lounging around like a malcontent cat, reading and rereading volumes of boys manga I bought with me to stave off the inevitable boredom. Maybe that's the real reason why I decided to see my grandmother today. Otoko contributed to my decision, but this is something that weighed on me for a while. Guilt. I don't want my grandmother to die like my grandfather, as a mysterious, benevolent entity who existed as nothing more than a shadow in my periphery of my life. I want to get to know her a little bit better, not as an estranged family member, but as a human being. She deserves it. She's always been so nice to me, after all. Her and my grandfather. Grandma! Sorry to keep you waiting, you. My grandmother enters the room, supporting a tray in her ropey hands. Here's your tea. Oh, thank you. Do you need any help with that? Don't fuss so much, dear. Like I said, you're my guest. It's my job to look after you. Now sit back down. My grandmother slides a cup of tea from the tray and places it atop the kotatsu, beside the bowl of oranges. Thank you. I bow my head, my voice hushed. I wait until my grandmother has placed her own cup of tea and slid beneath the covers before I take my first sip. Is it good? I swish the tea from one side of my mouth to the other, savoring the taste. I never liked green tea when I was little, but now I've developed a tolerance for it that borders on fondness when the right criteria is met. My grandmother's tea, fortunately, meets all those criteria. The tea has a soft, slightly muted taste. The leaves have been steeped for just the right amount of time, allowing their earthy flavor to seep through the warm water. It's good. Thanks a lot. No worry, dear. Yukinari always loved my tea. He said brewing tea was my one talent. Grandpa, huh? Though it might be insensitive, I can't help but glance back at the shrine. My grandfather looks back at me from behind the smooth, glassy frame that entombs him, a smile on his face. I think it's a nice picture. It would be far too sad if his funeral photograph bore a frown. Though, now that I think about it, I can't remember ever seeing him frown. He was a very cheerful, good-natured person. He swore it because of the air around here. It's the cleanest air in Japan, was what he'd always told me. It's been a while since his funeral, huh? That's right. It's been more than a year already, though it feels like it was only yesterday. Do you, I let my gaze drop to the tabletop. The kotatsu's wooden surface is scuffed with age, and it's ingrained with marks even deeper than the wrinkles in my grandmother's face. I wonder how old this kotatsu is. It looks like it's been through the wars. Maybe literally. Do you miss him? No! Oh, jeez. Of course I miss him. We live in a very quiet part of the world, but Yukinari had a knack for bringing things to life. Like this doll! The doll turns its head and looks over at you like, oh my gosh! My grandfather had a loud, booming voice, even when he was well into his 80s. I can still remember him calling out, the sound invading every single nook and cranny of this small wooden house. The watermelon's ready! Oh my gosh. I wonder how long ago that was. Maybe 5 years? Maybe 10. When I went to sleep, I could always hear him snoring. It drowned out everything. Now, however, my grandmother sighs. I can hear the cicadas in the summer and the wind in the winter more clearly than ever before. Didn't his snoring bother you? Oh, not really. I got used to it. People can get used to anything. Have you gotten used to the wind? No. Not just yet. Maybe I should amend my previous statement. People can get used to anything when they're young. Aw, poor Grandma. And when they get older? We grow into our habits. We fall into routines. We grow... I'm about to read that whole thing again. And when things come along to disrupt that, it unsettles us. It takes longer to adjust. I'm sorry. My grandmother smiles gently. Why are you apologizing, dear? You didn't kill Yukinari, right? You didn't kill him. Oh, no, I know. No, of course not. Why would... green tea's good. You have nothing to feel sorry about. Yukinari loved you a lot, you know. He did? Of course. You're our precious grandchild. I'm sure he still loves you, wherever he may be. But he can't give you New Year's money anymore. My grandmother laughs, shaking her head. I'm not sure whether I should laugh or not. It might seem insensitive, so I take another sip of my green tea instead. That's fine. I'm too old for New Year's money now. Huh. My grandmother looks over me, one hand beneath her chin. I suppose you are, yes. You're getting bigger and bigger by the second. Otoko's snide comment about my expanding girth niggles at me. My cheeks turn pink and I bow my head, staring at my lap. I'm not that big. Not big, then. Tall. Yukinari was tall. And our Kaname. You must take after them. I don't think I'm so very tall. I've always been short for my age. Well, Maybe I'm getting shorter. So, how long are you planning to stay here, you? Maybe a day or two? It takes a while to get back, and the trains were all delayed on the way here. Ah, that's right. There's all that snow, isn't there? And she looks out the window and it's frozen over. I like this ice just forming all on the windows. And she's like, it might be a little cold outside. Has it been snowing a lot? Ever so much. The weather forecast said it was meant to snow tonight, too. I wonder if the trains will even be running tomorrow. Oh, I've seen Christmas cakes on sale. Just change the subject entirely. Who cares about trains? In the supermarket near my apartment in Tokyo. And these depict idyllic scenes. A neat circle of fruitcake with white icing piped on top, studded with little gingerbread houses and small edible snowmen. I love that. I want one. I don't really... Hold up. Little gingerbread houses and small edible snowmen is fine. I don't really care for fruitcake, though. Every time I look at a fruitcake, I'm like, I want to try that. That looks good. And then I take a bite out of it, and I'm like, this sucks. The Christmases and the countryside, however, are as far away from the ideal as you can imagine. The snow here can fall thick and fast between the months of December and March. It can even snow all the way into April if the weather is cold enough, and the weather seems to be getting colder and colder with every passing year. Some of the very old houses around these parts, their wooden walls and rafters worm-eaten and worn, actually collapsed beneath the weight of the snowfall a couple of years ago. Their roofs simply caved in, unable to bear the heavy burden of all that pure white snow. It's a little wonder that the legends of fearsome snow women who prowl the mountains at night looking for lost travelers originated from this area. Yukiona! Oh! You'd never find these snow women out in Tokyo. In the city, the temptations that can lead young men astray are limited to pachinko parlors and smoky izakayas. Pachinko? I want to go do some pachinko. It's like the one gambling game I really like doing. I guess ghosts seem laughable when you're surrounded by so many modern, high-rise buildings. That's what you think! It's much more isolated in the countryside. Quieter. Lonelier. If I strain my ears, I can hear the sounds of the wind whistling through the skinny, denuded trees outside. I shiver beneath the kotatsu. All of a sudden, I feel like a young kid. You could stay here as long as you want if the trains aren't running, though I hope you don't get too bored. There isn't much to do out here. Particularly! No, she uses it too! Oh, jeez. Particularly when the snow starts falling. It's fine. I came here to spend time with you anyways. How sweet. If only Otoko would do the same. She prefers to be called Otome now. Oh yes, I forgot. When you get to be my age, you start forgetting things. It's just like Yukinari. He was always misplacing his glasses. Even when they were on the bridge of his own nose. I do that. I'm looking for my pen and I'm holding it in my hands. I'm like, where the heck is my pen? I mostly do that with my phone though. I'm just like, all right, with my phone, I'll have the timer set. With my computer, I'll have the displays over here so I can see what exactly it is I'm timing. But wait, I need to look up something, some important information. Shoot, where's my phone? If only I could look up my phone. All I have is this timer and this stuff on my computer. And I'm like, oh, the timer is my phone. Whoops. Whoopsie poopsie. Shoot. Wonderful. You seem pretty spry to me. In fact, I think you look even younger than before. Aww. So sweet. What a nice guy. Well, thank you. It's very kind. I'm lucky to have a caring grandchild like you. Oh no, it's nothing, really. And I mean it. I've had so many opportunities to reach out to my grandparents in the past, but I never bothered. Visiting them in my youth was a painful experience, even worse than having teeth pulled at the dentist's. Then, before I realized it, my grandfather was dead. He was dead, and I never tried to get to know him. That was the wake-up call I needed. My grandparents, though they were born in a different generation to mine, are still human beings. They must get lonely too. I got lonely in Tokyo in my first few weeks of starting university. Even though I was always surrounded with people, maybe I was homesick. Ah, yes, the baby crying. I can't imagine how lonely my grandmother must feel now that her husband of more than 50 years has passed. She's been with him for such a long time and devoted so much of her life to him. And now he's gone. Yep, that's the reality of life. It's rough. Vanished into thin air. My grandmother is still smiling, but I do wonder. I glance at Grandfather's shrine once more. His photograph looks back at me, his eyes unblinking. Unfortunately, a photograph can't bring back what has been lost. This is just a snapshot of frozen time, forcibly removed from all context, one day to be devoid of all meaning. That's pretty dark. Bro just looks at a picture, it's like, what is its purpose? What point do we have in looking at this? It's like, it's just a fun memory. I like being able to look at him. It lost all sense of meaning. Okay. What worth will photographs be like these? What worth will photographs like these have 50 years from now? 100? 500? If it survives 500. And I mentioned this before. My mother is really big on like her family history and whatnot. So we have pictures of like, let's see, I think it's my great-great-great-great-grandfather, I want to say. And they're old, like really old, hard to look at photos. But the fact that we have them, it's just like, whoa. You know, this is pieces of history, and you look at the person inside, and I'm related to that guy. It's like, come on. Don't look at a photograph and think that this has no inherent value, because truthfully, it does. Who will remember my grandfather when the rest of his family has gone? A knot twists in my stomach. Outside, the wind outside continues to howl. You didn't need to add that second outside. You could just say, outside the wind continues to howl. Oh, snow. The weather forecast was right. Later that evening, it really does start to snow. The snow spirals through the air in delicate, gauzy flakes, like ballerinas in in skirts. The snow is soft at first, almost tender, as though anxious about whether it should land on the earth or not. But the flakes soon increase in size and volume. Now, at around 9 in the evening, the whole ground has been steeped in white. I watch the snow as it falls outside the window, still sitting beneath the kotatsu. There's so much of it. One could almost believe it's being dumped from the sky by a truck. The big truck in the sky. It'll be a cold night tonight. I nod my head dumbly. Uh-huh. The television is on the background, but I'm not watching it. I haven't been watching it for the past half hour. I'm too busy staring at the snow. Each flake of snow that drifts past the window stirs new memories in my heart. It just doesn't snow like this in Tokyo. It doesn't get cold enough. I never thought I'd miss the snow, but now I feel strangely nostalgic. And about Palette Princess's new CD. Can we expect any surprises? Well, surprises are supposed to be kept secret, you know. I don't want to spoil anybody's fun. Ha ha ha! Evasive as always. That's why I love you, Aina. All women need to have one or two secrets, even those who spend their lives performing. The television buzzes dimly. Images flicker on the screen, but they look hazy and indistinct, as though I'm viewing them from beneath a film of water. Oh my gosh. A man in a gray suit sits on a couch. A group of girls clad in gingham? Face him. Spoken with a wink that would make any man's hearts flutter. If you've fallen for the charms of the adorable Aina and her group, Palette Princess, please consider supporting their newest release. And again, for any latecomers, what's your latest CD called? Dreaming in December. What a bunch of garbage. Oh, Grandma. Do you know that group, you? I turn, tearing my eye away from the window, and look over at the girls who are displayed on the TV. The image on the screen is shaking uncomfortably, like it's being broadcast live from a boat in the middle of a storm. It's making my head hurt. At least I can make the image out, more or less. There are 5 girls wearing matching outfits in varying colors: green, blue, yellow, purple, and pink. Is this important? Do I need to know this? I think the girl in pink sitting in the center is the leader. Aina, was it? I think Otoko likes that group, but I'm not interested in idols. I don't listen to pop music either. They look like nice girls. They're very smiley. You have to be smiley. That's how they sell CDs. That's the idol industry. How cynical. Is that what living in the city does to people? That's what the idol industry does to people. Living in the city. And the internet, maybe? Well, I wouldn't know much about that. I've never gotten along with the so-called World Wide Web. My grandmother makes quotation marks with her fingers when she says it, as though the internet is some kind of strange voodoo magic far beyond her understanding. And she's right. Well, to people who aren't familiar with the internet, it might as well be voodoo magic. I don't entirely understand how it works myself. It works through magic. Duh. Hopes and dreams. That's how I'm able to stream. I just want to and it happens. Oh, jeez, I wish I knew how things worked. It's a good thing I'm studying law, not computing. Kaname tried to set me up with one of his old monitors, and Otome lent a hand, but Yukinari couldn't wrap his head around it. I couldn't either. Poor thing. Well, I guess you don't need to worry about it. I try not to. I know I'm just a relic of the past. Oh, no, you're not a relic exactly. A fossil, then? Oh, well. You don't need to worry about hurting my feelings, you. I know where I stand. I'm nothing like those girls. What girls? The ones on the television. Those girls look so bright and cheerful, even though they're wearing such short skirts. Deplorable. I never would have been allowed to dress like that when I was their age. My poor mother's heart would have stopped beating. Times are changing. Ugh. That's right. I'm beginning to notice it more and more. I just can't keep up with young people. Half of what Otoko says goes over my head, I'm afraid. All this talk about boy bands and fashion and TV shows. You shouldn't pay attention to Otoko. Her head's as empty as a Halloween pumpkin. You're so cruel to your little sister, you. You've always bullied her. Me? Bully her? I stare at my grandmother, open-mouthed, and this utter fallacy. Has she not been paying attention to the way Otoko treats me? Or has she simply forgotten? Maybe she doesn't know because we don't visit her enough. But I think I need to set the record straight. I think it's the other way around. Otoko never has a nice word to spare for me. Maybe she doesn't think you deserve nice words, dear. Why not? You did lock her in our futon closet when you were younger. Oh yeah. Yeah, good times. I pause, shamed face, and myself in indignant anger spent. I guess my grandmother's right. I did do that, and that justifies her for being a complete and utter tool. It happened so long ago, I'd totally forgotten. I think Otoko was trapped in that cramped, musty closet for half an hour until my parents realized she was missing and organized a search party. You say you're getting on in years, but you have a better memory than I do. How could I forget? You caused such a commotion. Oh? Is that what is that? Is that a wrench? A wrench. Not a screwdriver. Screwdriver's this pointy thing. Oh. Haha. Well, I guess I used to be a brat when I was younger. Most children... A tool. Oh! An absolute tool! Ugh. Most children behave badly. It's nothing to be ashamed about. But I don't know if you ever apologized to her. Probably not. She doesn't deserve it. My grandmother gives me a piercing look. Did you apologize, you? No, but it was so long ago. It's not like it matters anymore. That's what you might think, but these little things can stay with people. Women are incredibly good at holding grudges. Like 60 years later, and it's just like, that one time when we were 5 and you pushed me when saying tag, that never left me, and I now hold a grudge against you for the rest of my life. It's like, really? I was just being stupid. Yeah, and you still are. I'm like, oh, jeez, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was going to be such a big deal for decades. Are you speaking from experience? I'm afraid that is a well-kept secret. And if you share my secret, I will never forget it. Accurate. Oh! Gah. My grandmother taps the side of her nose with one finger, and I suppress a shudder. I hope no wayward woman tried to take my grandfather away from my grandmother when she was in the prime of her youth. If she was anything like Otoko is now, I'm sure her vengeance would have been swift and painful. Still, my grandmother frowns. Her forehead creases with innumerable wrinkles, like the eternal spanse of wrinkles. I know I'm past my prime now, just like poor old Lisette. Dolls like her used to be exceedingly fashionable back in the day. A lot of people in this village had them. French dolls are used to be a status symbol for bored housewives, a little like sport cars and infinitely more affordable. Really? But now? They're outdated. Time marches on, and it caught up with poor Lisette. Her hair is starting to fall out, and her clothes have been eaten by moths, and she's never quite recovered from the nasty bump Kaname gave her when he was little. Her right thumb's hanging on with the power of hope and blue tack. Aw. She looks alright to me. From a distance, maybe. She's nothing like she was in her glory days. She really was beautiful when I first bought her. Believe it or not, I used to be beautiful too. Ridiculous. At least, that's what Yukinari told me. But all good things come to an end. Yeah, the stare that goes for infinite miles. Sometimes they come to an end much too quickly. And the game just suddenly ends there. It's like, what? It's like, just like that, the game ended, I can hear the snow falling in the background above the low, lazy buzz of the TV. The wind whistles about this old house, shaking it to its very foundations. That's the Greek eye, right? What makes it Greek? Yeah, I don't freaking know. It just looked silly. Like Lisette, it's seen better days. I wonder whether my grandmother's house will one day collapse beneath its own old age and all the snow. I went to Greece once. It's everywhere. Oh. What will last longer, my grandmother or her home? Hopefully your grandmother's home. I'd hate for the house to crush your grandma. I don't know much about my grandmother's past, but perhaps that's because there's so little to know. She was born and raised in this tiny village. She never left, save for her odd trip or two to Tokyo, and her honeymoon in France. It's like an amulet against the evil eye or something like that. Nin. Yeah, it's real Nin. Oh, Usagi, how you doing? Hello, how's everyone today? Good, good. It's good to see ya. We're just playing some visual novels right now. Oh, how you been? I sure do know a lot about foreign cultures. About an eye? Like the Greek eye? Now you make me want to look it up. What's the Greek eye? The Greek eye. That is the Greek eye. Look at it. Oh. The Greek evil eye, also known as the Matyasma, is a curse that is believed to be cast by a jealous or envious person's glance. That is creepy. I just finished lessons, and I got food after, so I'm hyped. Nice. How'd the lesson go? Did it go well? Oh. She never had any reason to leave either, because life was comfortable here in all its simplicity, and she had no desire to move. Yeah, we're all ninning right now, yeah. We're all just ninning. Not an amulet against, it's the evil eye itself, yeah. Life was simpler back then. Whoa, how exciting, I know. Maybe that's because the internet had yet to be invented. It's hard for me to believe, but my grandmother grew up in an era without the World Wide Web, as she calls it. World Wide Web? When has it ever been called that? Crazy. When people wanted to unearth new information, they went to the library or asked around the neighborhood. I still like to go to the library. I just don't go as often as I would want to. Progress really is amazing, but people always get left behind. In my grandparents' case, it happened quite literally, as more and more residents of the village began to move outwards in search of new jobs. All of the young people left, while their aged parents stayed on. No new blood came in, so this village stagnated. In a few years, all those people will be no more, and then this place will be completely empty. A ghost village, filled with the carcasses of these ancient, uninhabited houses, just like the discarded shells of cicadas. The population of the cities will continue to swell, while quiet countryside villages such as this will fade away. That's sad. This village is already unmistakably beginning to die. You can see it in how dirty and dilapidated the train station is, how empty the streets, how ramshackle all the old wooden homes. Oh, progress by itself is useless. Well, people don't exploit internet, don't seek new knowledges. In the end, ambition, drive, and determination are what really matters. Don't know if I fully agree with that, but I get what you're saying. There's hardly anybody here anymore. Just the wind and the snow and the stars. And Grandma! I still remember when I first met Yukinari. My grandmother's soft, the voice is soft, her eyelashes downturned. I was only 16. I went to the local shrine on New Year's Eve with my mother, meaning to ring the bell and offer my prayers to the gods. I was wearing a new kimono and a soft, gauzy shawl that was brand new. I thought I looked very fine, and I wouldn't stop preening. Preening? What does preening mean? What does preen mean? Straighten and clean its feathers with a beak. That's a bird. What? Talia, hi! Back. Oh, welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, what does preening mean? I didn't know myself. I couldn't stop preening. Like, please keep that to yourself. What does that mean? What does preening mean? Devote effort to making oneself look attractive? I guess that's what that means. Congratulate or pride oneself. Oh, that's probably what she means. I couldn't stop preening. She couldn't stop flattering herself, I guess. I thought I looked very fine. I wouldn't stop preening. That's weird. I've never heard that word before. I just discovered that there is a zombie infection in male cicadas that causes bisexuality and drug addiction. Talia, I'm going to need you to expound on that. But she didn't know that this would also be the luckiest day of my life. Pruning. Oh. My shawl got caught in a sudden breeze and it drifted away from me. I tried to get it back, but I wasn't fast enough and I couldn't reach it in time. I was sure my lovely new shawl was gone forever, until he caught it for me. You mean grandfather? No, Spider-Man! Who else do you think I'm talking about? My grandmother nods her head and a smile on her face. That's right. She couldn't reach... what? Her something, I don't freaking know. I'm just gonna assume it's some sort of ceremonial thing. That sounds very romantic. It was. I was quite taken with him. My grandmother smiles fondly, her fingertips tracing the rim of her teacup. I wish I could go back to the Jinguji shrine. Yukinari might be gone now, but I feel closer to him there than anywhere else. I can still remember how my heart fluttered when he handed me my shawl. Shawl, that's what it is. Once again, let's take a detour. What's a shawl? What is a shawl? Oh, it's like a coat. A shawl is a piece of clothing that is worn over the shoulders, upper body, and arms. Can also be worn over the head. Shawls can be regular, square, triangle, and a bunch of other shapes. I just saw that in a video of a biologist girl, and she was making jokes about that infection. What? I need to know more about this. I need to know. What's it called? Shawl. You could really turn that into like a little joke. Shawl. And our fingers brushed for the very first time. It was so long ago, but it feels as though it were only yesterday. Then why don't you go back there? It'll be New Year's in a few days. You can relive your old memories. Oh no, I'm too old, and it's cold. Do you know what cold does to old people? Oh, and there are too many stairs. Oh, I couldn't go there now. I can help you. You can lean on my shoulder and I'll escort you up those stairs. I don't mind. That's a sweet offer, dear. But in this weather, I think not. We'd both slip and break our necks. That's worth it, Grandma! What I meant before is that a tool is only useful if it's actually used. Well, yeah. That's true. I'll send the video in Discord. Yeah, do it! I need to see this. Well, maybe you have a point. The snow continues to fall outside the window. I think it's falling even faster and thicker now, if such a thing is possible. I hope nobody's wandering the mountains that surround this village, lost and alone. It seems like the ideal weather for a frostbitten, revenge-driven snow lady to search for new victims. Oh. And I don't know if I would want to visit Yukinari like this anyway. What do you mean? My grandmother looks down at herself, at her beige sweater, her demure skirt, and her weathered old hands lying upon her lap, and sighs. I'm not the bright-eyed, eager young girl I used to be. I've gotten older. And the shrine has gotten older too. It's falling into disrepair, just like me. I don't think I could stand to go back and see it crumbling, all overrun with weeds. I think I would prefer to keep my memories inside here. My grandmother holds one hand against her breast. Memories aren't like flowers. It's easier to nurture them in the dark. If I don't expect too much, I can't be disappointed. Come on. But that sounds so sad. Yeah. Frankly, that's kind of miserable. Getting old is sad, dear, but it's something I've made peace with. It happens to the best of us, and the worst, and everybody in between. Hold on, I gotta drink some water. Goy. Wonderful. And that concludes our interview with the lovely Palette Princess. We hope you enjoyed yourselves, but don't switch over yet. We have another treat in store. That's right, the brand new up-and-coming idol group formed by Sanix called... But I never got to discover what Sanix's new idol group is called, because at that moment, the TV shorts out. Dang. If only we knew. We'll never get to know, and how can we continue the game if we don't know? Pat, here, let me give you a head pat, and pulls out a hammer. Like, wait. The screen flickers, then turns a series of peculiar colors. It cycles through strawberry, lemon, blue Hawaii. I'm not saying those aren't colors. But that's not how I would say colors. I wouldn't say, oh, it's a different kind of color. Like, what kind of color did it turn into? Strawberry? What other kind of colors? Lemon. And then it turned blue Hawaii. I'm like, can't you just say red, yellow, and blue? Before it cuts out entirely, eaten up by a full screen of squirming, maggot-like static. That's gross. There's snow inside the TV screen. What? Oh dear. My grandmother tuts and shakes her head. All the snow must have knocked down the television aerial. It happened last year too. How long does it take to fix it? As long as it takes for a repairman to come out here. Last time this happened, it took weeks. Weeks? Rusty. Yeah. And that was after Yukinari phoned them a dozen times. He could be quite insistent when he wanted. Yeah, I can imagine. I can still remember my grandfather's loud, booming voice as he called me to the kitchen to fetch my freshly cut slice of watermelon. If it took a man like my grandfather weeks to get results, I can't imagine my grandmother will be more successful. Sorry, I'm done. No, you're good. You rusty old tool. Oh well, I don't watch much TV anyway. Then how do you fill the time? I read books. I can't imagine there's much to do around here. Not now. Not now, Grandpa's. Oh, I find ways. I like cooking, and there's always housework to be done. But my back hasn't quite been up to it lately, I admit. Ugh. And when that loses its appeal, I can always read. Do you read a lot? Oh yes, I've always loved reading. There are so many books I wanted to get through when I was younger, but I never had the time. My grandmother smiles wistfully. Now I have all the time in the world, but my eyesight's so bad I can't focus for more than 10 minutes at a time. It's always one thing or the other. That's not what he said, but that's what I said. Echo my dad's commonly used phrases, and grandmother laughs. That's what Yukinari always said. Dad says it too. Well, it's true. I just got the book Go the Distance. Oh, what's that? What's that book about? Oh. Like me and Grandpa. Yes, that's another one of my favorite pastimes. Reliving our first encounter. At the shrine? No! With the shawl. When I caught it, my heart skipped a beat. I would have been taken with Yukinari in any case, because he was so tall and distinguished. But when he caught that the shawl, he seemed like destiny somehow. It was as though the gods of the shrine had taken charge of the wind to ensure that we would meet that night. Cute. Oh my. My grandmother smiles sheepishly. It sounds so sentimental when I recount it like that. Yeah, you should do it better, like, I freaking lost it and he's caught it and he said, what are you doing? You're gonna lose your garbage. And we touched and he looked at me and I looked at him and he said, stop staring at me. And I said, my bad. I think it sounds nice. Like something from a movie. What's a movie? Okay. Yeah, it sounds... I've always thought that too. It could be a scenario from... It could be a scenario from an Ozu film. I bet Otoko would lap it up. It does sound like the kind of thing she'd be interested in, doesn't it? Sadly, I don't think I can retell it in a way that she would find compelling. Why not? Oh, it's a twisted tale? What if Meg had become a Greek god? Meg from Hercules. I haven't read it. Oh, what? Really? Hold up. That's a book? It's called Go the Distance? Oh. Interesting. Huh. Well, I hope that goes well. That looks like a very interesting book. Oh. There wouldn't be any flashy special effects? And it wouldn't star Takizawa Hideaki. Who? Yeah, who's that? An actor. Otoko loves him. She used to keep a photo of him inside her purse. What a stupid thing to do! Well, girls will be girls, won't they? I used to be quite smitten with Ikebe Ryo when I was a young girl myself. Who? My grandma starts laughing, her face seizing up with mirth, and I can't help but join her. I can't remember the last time I bonded with my grandmother like this. Yeah, it's nice and sweet. I don't think I've ever bonded with my grandmother like this. The smell of green tea drifts through the room. It seems to permeate the wooden rafters and the tatami mats, imbuing everything with a warm and homey aroma. How many cups of green tea have my grandparents drunk? sitting together in this small, cozy living room. That's how movies always are, I suppose. They like reinventing things, making them beautiful. They cast the most handsome actors available, and not wiring, that's weird. Wring every last drop of drama out of events until they're nigh unbelievable. But that's what people want. Sometimes fantasies can be more comforting than reality. How long have we been sitting in this one area, man? I feel like we've been here for like an hour and a half. Is that really what you think? It's not what I think, that's what I know. You telling me you watch movies and think that's reality? If there exists a fantasy where I could be a young girl again, I'd jump on it in an instant. If I could be a girl for only one more day. My grandmother shakes her head, perhaps what? Chiding? Herself for her foolishness. But then she pauses. She sits up a little straighter and points out the window. I thought the music kicked off for a second. I'm like, oh no. What's happening? The music. Almost knocking over her cup of green tea in the process. Oh, look, you. What? Out the window. I turn my head obediently. The snow is still falling thick and fast, obscuring much of the inky night sky. But between the pure white flakes, I can just about see it. The moon hanging majestically above our heads. And there, leaving a trail like a jet plane as it streaks across the night, is a star. A shooting star. Harry Potter's events was real and Nin. You know what? You're right. Marvel Infinity War, you know the Avengers Infinity War movie? That was real too. That Thanos snap? I still remember it. The buildings are so tall it's almost like they scare the stars away, shooting them even higher up into the atmosphere. The sky is murkier and more mysterious when you live in a big city constantly with blinking lights. Out here in the middle of nowhere, my view of the night sky is unimpeded by any outside distractions. Not even the snow can mask it. Quickly, you should make a wish. A wish? That's right. I'll make a wish too. My grandmother closes her eyes, her eyelashes mat together. Like her gray, wispy hair, my grandmother's eyelashes have also started to thin. They look nothing like the plump, voluptuous bands of eyelashes that frame the eyes of the pallid princess girls. But thinking about it, those girls' eyelashes can't be au naturel. They're fakes. Otoko uses them too. I guess most guys wouldn't care about that. They might not even realize it. But when you have a fashionable little sister like Otoko, you learn about the tricks women use to amplify their own beauty, whether you want to or not. Speaking of Otoko, I wish she gets in a car crash. Maybe I should wish for that. Yeah! I can't think of anything else I'd rather ask for. If there are gods out there, mischievous beings, light as air, who conspired to bring my grandparents together all those decades ago, then I hope they can hear my humble wish. I only have one. I hope Otoko and I can get along better. That's not what I would have wished for. That was wholesome. Boy. I spend that night lying in a futon my grandmother prepared for me in a guest room. I put the video in Vimeo because I don't know where. That's fine. Yeah. I'll check it out right after the stream's done. I need to see this. I must learn. Well, I call it a guest room, but it's more like a storage room, really. Cluttered with various bits and pieces my grandparents have bought over the course of their long lives. There's a bookcase pushed to one side of the room, filled from top to toe with paperbacks. I wonder if this is where my grandmother stores all the books she can't keep in her bedroom or the living room. Cool. When my grandmother said she was a voracious reader, she wasn't lying. The whole house is crammed with books, ranging from the classics we students had to suffer through in high school. I'm looking at you, Soseki Natsume. Yeah, that one. To modern tales penned by best-selling authors like Misato Kanae, Nonami Asa, Higashino Keigo, and many more I've never even heard of. By the way, if anyone here enjoys fantasy books, I highly recommend Aragon. Oh, I have not read Aragon, but that was a book back when I was young that I would see in stores all the time. A lot of people talked about it too. Ever played Hogwarts Legacy? Maybe I had already asked, but I can't remember. I have not played Hogwarts Legacy. So here's the thing, right? I've actually never seen a Harry Potter movie all the way through. I've never read any of the books, and I've only gone off of what people have said. So, truth be told, I don't know anything about Harry Potter. So, I tried watching one of the movies. My nephew showed it to me, but I fell asleep halfway through, and I woke up to Voldemort, his face being on the back of some other guy's head, and I'm like, am I dreaming? What the heck is this? What planet are you from? I'm telling you. So, that's one reason why I haven't got Hogwarts Legacy. Did Aragon have a movie? We don't talk about that. I actually haven't seen the movie. I don't know anything about Aragon either. All I know is that the movie did terrible. Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. No, yes, of course. Some of the books are dog-eared and look well-worn and well-loved. I think I watched it. You watched it? What did you think about it? But most of them are brand new. They're pretty pristine and like the fleshly fallen snow outside. Their pages are immaculate. The cover's devoid of any wear and tear. I don't remember any of it. Ah, I see. I had a special relationship with Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief, right? Or maybe not and the Lightning Thief. It was just Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. It was, The Lightning Thief was a book that my mother told me to read. And, I read the whole thing, and it took me a while to read it. I didn't understand a lot what was going on, right? I always assumed Zeus had the power to control lightning, so whenever he did a thunderbolt, it's just kind of this energy manifested, and he just chucks it. So in Percy Jackson, it's no, the thunderbolt's actually a weapon that he uses. He holds on to it with his bare hands. I'm like, what? That's weird. And so it's the thunderbolt's been stolen. Oh my goodness! And that's the whole premise of the book. Besides the point. Besides that, I read it. It's fine. I thought it was okay. The movie came out. So I actually, for the first and I think only time I've ever went to watch a movie, where I've read the book before the movie came out. It was my only time of actually being able to do that and like watch it and be like, oh no, the book's better. I can't say that with anything else. Shut up, Bruno. This is a movie reference to Disney movie Luca. Don't take it personally. Shut up, Bruno. Encanto. We don't talk about Bruno is Encanto, yes. Yeah, but to say, like, what, the Disney Luca. Shut up, Bruno, this is a movie reference to Luca. Do they say that in Luca? Do they say shut up, Bruno? No one talks about Luca, do they? I feel like I haven't heard anything about that movie. The sight of those books, half hidden in the encroaching darkness, touches at something inside my breast. I'm not sure what it is exactly. Sympathy? There's so many books my grandmother wants to read. So many books she'll never get the time to read now. Here, constant snowfall drums insistently against the window pane. The icy winds, sharp as razors, slide through gaps in the walls and dance about the room, unseen and invisible, but undeniably there. By the way, we don't talk about Bruno. The song was the most listened song on Spotify for a few weeks. I'm well aware. I'm very well aware. My family wouldn't shut up about it. I'm just like, yep, yeah, I get it, yep. The howling of the wind makes me think of ghosts or spirits. Snow women, he thinks a lot about snow women. He really likes Yuki Onna. It was our wedding day. We were getting ready, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. APT apt is Nin now? What's that? What's APT? APT stands for All People Tried. No. The title of a dumb song. Well, apartment. It does stand for apartment. Oh, jeez, it is apartment. No! It's gotta mean something else. It stands for anime pleases tyrants. I don't freaking know. It stands for apartment. Alright. Look up the song? I can't listen to music right now. I'm playing a game. Snow women like that roam the mountains, their faces white as milk, their eyelashes decorated with fallen snowflakes like shining gemstones. I wonder, what mysterious force of nature was it that parted my grandmother from her shawl all those years ago, and sent her running into the arms of my grandfather? No, later. If I remember it, I'll look it up. Was it just a sudden gust of wind? Or was there something more to it? I'm not a superstitious person. Unlike some of my fellow university students, I don't spend hours at night trawling the internet, searching for urban legends and conspiracy theories to get riled up about. I prefer to believe that things simply happen, and there's not always a reason for it, and that's just the way life is. That's my typical stance on the issue. But you'll love it? Oh, I hope so. When I'm this old house imbued with the scent of green tea served to hundreds, no, thousands of ghostly impressions of my grandparents' past? When I'm surrounded by old books that have been well loved, and new books that may never have a chance to be loved, and the snow is falling softly from beyond my darkened window, I can almost bring myself to believe maybe it really was a spirit after all. It's easier to believe in magic and spirits and destiny when you're isolated into the countryside, miles and miles away from the noise and the traffic and the high-rise buildings of Tokyo. I'm not sure why. Perhaps being alone beneath the starry sky naturally fuels my imagination. Our imaginations. It's harder to imagine when you're surrounded by too many people. Life swallows you up like a tidal wave, allowing no time for idle thoughts like this. I turn over my futon restlessly, rocking up in thin covers. There's only one pillow to rest my head on, and it's a sad, threadbare thing that smells faintly of mildew and old age. I can't help but imagine, as I try, and fail, to get comfortable, that the spirits are giggling at my misfortunes. The snow outside really is relentless. The wind continues to moan. The tatami mats creak. And all the while, as I slowly fall into the land of dreams, I swear I can hear the faint sound of muffled laughter. Oh, December 30th, let's go! Is this where my grandma's gonna become an anime girl? I yawn and stretch my arms above my head. The joints in my elbows click. Ugh. I don't know what time it is. There isn't a clock in the room. There's only a couple of bookcases, an old desk, and my futon. The birds outside are twittering desperately, intent on boasting that, yes, despite the cold weather and all the falling snow, they're still alive and well. Good birds, they survived. I almost feel like congratulating them. Open the window. Congratulations! And just slam it shut. The one farmer out there's like, huh? Sunlight spills across the tatami mats, picking out individual motes of dust that swim in the air like goldfish. Maybe this is a dream. I don't feel fully awake yet. My head is killing me. I don't think I got enough sleep last night, but can you really blame me? Dozing off proved to be a rather difficult task, given my ears were constantly assailed by the sound of snowfall, and the wind kept sneaking through the window panes to nibble my toes. I think I must have woken up 4 or 5 times in the night. Golly, I hate it when that happens. I was able to get back to sleep soon enough, with no small amount of shivering, but the disrupted experience has left me feeling groggy. I shake my head and slap my cheeks with the palms of my hands. I probably look like death. If Otoko could see me like this, my hair mussed up and my skin sallow. She'd probably laugh at me. Then again, Otoko laughs no matter what I look like. As I sit there, the covers of my futon draped about my knees, something suddenly catches my attention. It's not the birds singing outside, or the dust in the air, or the subtle chill that clings to my skin, making me shiver. It's the smell of food. Oh, my grandmother must be cooking. My stomach starts to rumble like an old washing machine. I'm hungrier than I thought I was. I get to my feet and throw on my clothes, which are folded neatly by the side of my futon. I'm not the sort who strews things willy-nilly about the room, particularly not when I'm a guest. Oh, not when I'm a guest, but I totally throw things all over the place. I'm like, I'm done with this. That's more Otoko's thing. Gosh dang it, don't say I'm like her. I don't want to be like Otoko. My toes curl against the tatami mats. They feel uncomfortably cool against my bare skin. Where did I put my socks? Well, yeah, one of them was lying with the rest of my clothes, but the other seems to have disappeared. Was it spirited away in the night? Ah, yes, the spirits. They demand a sacrifice. They take one single sock. You? My grandmother calls out to me, her voice muffled and indistinct through the walls. Are you coming for breakfast? My grandmother's not the kind of person who shouts. She never had to. My grandfather's lungs were large enough for the pair of them. I guess after my grandfather's death, this was yet another mantle she had to don for herself. Perhaps that's why her voice sounded a little funny. Oh, and definitely not because she's a young, beautiful anime girl. She's been forced into a role she's not accustomed to. Or maybe I'm just overthinking things. I'm coming, just a second.
Yoda _Nava _exo cherry blossom says, ah pa.
Ah pa.
Da ah, pa two. Ah pa da ah pa two. Ah pa da ah pa two. Aha. Ba da 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 der boom ba da fa fa. Wa guan. Dude. Super
Dude.
tubular dude. Hang 10. Good vibes.
That was quite the beat you got going on there. Ah pa. Da pa too. Dude, super tubular, dude. Alright, dear, don't be too long, though. I don't want your food to go cold. I'm making some nice, hearty rice porridge to keep your strength up. Mom used to make me rice porridge whenever I got sick. It's a nice, nourishing meal that always reminds me of my childhood. Ugh. Well, some people might say I'm still a child. I'm crying. I know my mother certainly thinks that, for all she babies me. Though I'm legally an adult now. Almost 20. Oh my gosh. But I'm still far, far younger than my grandmother. And you? Yes, what is it? There's something I need to talk to you about. Oh, I wonder what it could be. The snow hasn't caused any serious damage to her house, has it? I hope not. Or maybe, since I'm here, my grandmother wants me to help her with the housework, washing the dishes and sweeping the floor. That sounds fair. My grandfather always used to help her with that. My grandfather isn't here anymore. Ah, I managed to find my missing sock. It was tucked away beneath the bookcase, looking very sad and forlorn all by itself. The rogue sock is secured in seconds. I soon slide it onto my frigid left foot. Thank goodness we found that sock. Otherwise, that may have been an entire anime arc into itself. My task completed. I call out to my grandmother. All right, I'm coming! Moment of truth. Huh? Come on now. What is the sound effect, man? I exit the storage room and close the door behind me. My feet pad through the familiar living room, imbued with the homey scent of wood smoke and green tea. The TV sits in the corner, the screen black like the water in the bottom of a well. And Lisette regards me reproachfully with her glassy blue eyes. With her high, haughty forehead and her pursed, carmine lips, I swear it looks like she's judging me. Perhaps for my rumpled hair or my clothes, which are the same ones I wore yesterday. Well, I'm not going to stand there and take Lisette's abuse. I stick my tongue out at the doll as I pass. What does she know anyways? And then pause, feeling foolish. Oh, dang. They all saw that. Everyone saw that. All those spirits saw that. No! Why am I trying to make enemies with a doll? No matter how lifelike she looks, she isn't really real. Or is she? Oh. Being back at home with Otoko must have made me paranoid. That, or I've been in the countryside for too long already. I hope I'm not going senile. Shaking my head, my finger sees the indentation in the kitchen door, and I pull. Here we go. Oh! Oops. I tried killing a bug just now. The door creaks as it slides to the right, revealing a very cozy scene indeed. A chopping board strewn with the cut stems of several spring onions. a bowl of rice porridge bubbling away on the stove. A young girl in a cream sweater stirring the porridge with a ladle. Oh my gosh. I got an achievement that says witness something incredible. This is incredible. The girl turns her head when she hears the door slide open. Her hair is dark and tied up in a ponytail. Her eyes are dark too, like chestnuts that have been roasted over an open campfire. Her eyelashes are long and thick, and her lips are pursed like a doll's. Her limbs are slender. So are her fingers, which protrude elegantly. Is that like an insult to someone? It's like, your fingers are short. He likes really talking about this person's fingers. He's like, they have long, beautiful fingers. I'm like, okay. Her features remind me a little of Lisette's, but they're distinctly more Japanese and far less haughty. I'm not sure how old she is. A little younger than me, probably. Younger than Otoko, too? Or maybe she just looks young because she isn't wearing any makeup. She's probably a teenager, 15 or 16, I'd guess. She's very pretty, but... What are you doing in my grandmother's house? Don't be silly, you. The girl offers me a sweet smile that looks disconcertingly familiar. I'm your grandmother. It's me, Umeko. Oh, right, of course, you're my grandmother, Umeko. I pause. Then I stare. Wait, what? So, let me get this straight. I massage my temple with my fingertips. I think I can feel a headache coming on. We can talk all you want, dear, but you shouldn't neglect your rice porridge. It'll go cold. Do you really think this is the time for rice porridge? I think all problems can be resolved with good, warm food. That's what Yukinari always used to say. That's very sweet, but... It is sweet, isn't it? Yukinari had quite the way with words, and he always used to praise my cooking. But I don't know if rice porridge will fix... I gesture at my grandmother. This! Whatever this is. I wish somebody would tell me, because I have no idea what's going on right now. I don't understand. What needs to be fixed exactly? Just look at yourself! Oh, yes. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I thought you might be surprised. Of course I'm surprised! Who wouldn't be surprised? My grandmother sucks on her teeth. The gesture seems a little out of sorts with her current appearance. I thought you might take it badly. Well, how else did you think I'd take it? You raise a fair point. I must admit, I did think this was rather unusual when I woke up. You wake up in the body of a teenager, and your only reaction is, my, this is unusual. That reminds me of the Children with Back Pain episode we did last week. I did a surprise like D&D session with my friends. It only lasted for like basic. But I was just like, oh, right, here we go. And my brother drinks like this weird concoction at a tavern. And he has a vision of like seeing a dinosaur standing in front of him and roaring at him. His reaction is, dang, that's nuts. Well, yes, I certainly didn't expect it. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. That's because stuff like this doesn't happen all the time. Not to anyone. Not ever. Really? But it's happened now. Oh, now. Ugh. Your porridge. You should eat it. I opened my mouth, but I soon realized I have nothing to say. All I can do is stare.
Yoda _Nava _exo cherry blossom says, sorry. Let me try one more time.
Sure.
Appa da appa 2. Appa da appa 2 appa da appa 2. Chic chic chic. GYATT boy. Giddy 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 ding dong. Texas. Good vibes.
Ding Dong, Texas. Yeah, let's go. I popped in for a second for that Saturday. You did. I believe you had a UFC fight that you had to go watch. it was a fun discussion we had that day. We just talked about our D&D stories, so this week is going to be a little more fun. We're going to be talking about anime fandoms. Oh, my grandmother's rice porridge looks and smells delicious. It's comforting. Homey aroma invades my nostrils, reminding me that I haven't eaten since last night. No matter how hungry I am, however, I can't bring myself to take a bite. There are more pressing matters that need to be addressed. How do I know you're even my grandmother? Pardon me, dear? How do I know you're my grandmother? This could all be some elaborate trick. There's no way this could be real. Oh dear, I see living in the city has made you rather more skeptical than you used to be. This has nothing to do with living in Tokyo. Anybody would be skeptical about this. Psst. It's kind of cute. Though this girl certainly sounds a lot like my grandmother, I can't marry her face up with that of the old woman I've known for the last 19 years. I can kind of see it. She's got the same eyes. A little bit of the same hairstyle, right? The bangs might be a little different. The hair covering that. Huh. Still looks like her, though, I would say. It's just, she's got old. My grandmother hasn't changed so very much these last 2 decades. Her hair has grown a little grayer, her face a little saggier, her posture more hunched and crooked. This sudden transformation is way too much to take in. I can't wrap my head around it. That is, if it actually happened. I suppose this is shocking, yes. But when you've lived as long as I have, you learn to take these things in your stride. Huh. My whole life has been filled with lucky coincidences and fortunate happenstances. I fail to see why this should be any different. The nose is similar. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Okay, prediction time. She didn't wish to become a young girl. That's not what she wished for. She wished to go to that shrine. But she can't do it in her old age. But like this, she totally can. So once the New Year's over and she goes to the shrine and does that whole thing and relives her memory, she's going to revert back to being an old lady. That's my prediction. Alright. My whole life has been filled with I failed to see what's there. Okay. Like your first time meeting with grandfather? That's right. The first time I met Yukinari, I looked much like I do now. But my hair was loose and I was wearing a kimono. The kimono was decorated all over with flowers, and it had very long, sweeping sleeves. You didn't tell me what kind of kimono you were wearing yesterday. No, well, I didn't think you'd be interested in the finer details. After all, you are a boy. No, I'm a man, actually. Sorry. I didn't want to wound your pride. My kaname is much the same. Yeah, Dad's like that. He's so easygoing. But if you ever critique his driving... That sounds like my son, all right. Was he prideful when he was a young boy, too? Oh, yes, I distinctly remember him having a temper tantrum because one of his teachers gave him a baby's book to read for a homework assignment. He thought the adventures of Momotaro were beneath him and kicked up such a fuss. That was how he knocked poor Lisette over. Oh. I heard of Misadventures of Momotaro. Wait, Wait. Wasn't that the fairy tale about... Hold on, was that the one about the guy who fell in love with the swan or something like that? Hold on. The Adventures of Momotaro. I feel like I know this one. Oh, no, Momotaro's Peach Boy. That's right. That's what it was. I was thinking of something completely different. I actually know that book. It appears in a Japanese TV series I've seen. Yeah, I know that one. Okay, sweet, okay. Let me see this real quick. Alright. I think it was an accident. He was lying in the living room, kicking his plump little legs against the floor, and, well, our Lisette didn't stand a chance. It's nice to know Dad's always been the same, I guess. Quite! My grandmother giggles. Her chest rises and falls beneath the pure white of her soft, creamy sweater. Uh-huh. She always wears clothes like this, but the oversized sweater doesn't look quite right on her new body. It hangs loosely off her shoulders, and thick fabric bunches up around her arms. She doesn't look anything like the grandmother I used to know, but... Okay, fine. I guess I have no choice. I believe you. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. This is a lot to take in, though. Don't push yourself, dear. Take your time. That's easy for you to say. You don't seem bothered by this at all. I glance around the kitchen, looking for a knife. What exactly? I'm not sure. I wonder if anything else has decided to transform itself overnight. The rice cooker looked into a pumpkin, or the mugs into little white mice. This morning has been so bizarre, I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I would. What's one more miracle compared to this? Ugh. Sorry, but have you guys watched the anime movie The Boy and the Beast? The Boy and the Beast. Oh, I have not. I think I was intending to watch this movie at one point, and I never brought myself to do it. Is it good? Is it any good? My grandmother's kitchen is so banal and ordinary, it's almost disappointing. Even so, I half expect to find a camera crew skulking around behind the door, or maybe beneath the table. This sounds like the premise of one of those stupid reality TV shows Otoko might watch. Some of the pranks they play on celebrities are especially cruel. I'm not a celebrity, though. There's no reason any camera crew would come all the way out here to this teeny tiny village just to play a prank on me. Or would they? I'm not nearly important enough. Or are you? Now, how about that porridge of yours? You should try some before it goes cold. Alright. I'm gonna rewatch it ASAP. Oh, it's good, huh? Okay. Oh yeah, I need to probably watch it myself. It's been a hot minute since I've watched a decent anime movie. I feel exhausted. I think I need to replenish my energy. I lift my spoon and dip it into the porridge. It's still hot. Steam rises from the bowl in a perfect, almost picturesque manner, like something from a fairy story. Be careful, dear, it's hot. Don't worry, I know, I'm not a child. In fact, you look even younger than me right now. Oh, stop, you're flattering me. My grandmother waves one hand at me. I actually just did the motion too when I read that. But I think she's joking. That would explain her smile. It's nice that she's able to make light of the situation. Is it because she's lived through so very much already, or is she just unusual? I always thought Grandma Umeko was a little strange, ever since I was so small. It seems my assessment was right. She's a peculiar woman, and her outlook on life is certainly unique. But her porridge is really delicious. The texture of the porridge is thick and creamy, and there aren't any lumps, and it slides down my throat with ease. How is it? It's good. Thanks a lot. It's no problem. I like it when people enjoy my food. I always used to cook for Yukinari, but... He's dead! Oh, well, that's in the past now. I shouldn't dwell on it. Now, when you're here, a hostess... Not when you're here. A hostess should never let herself think about modeling things. Modeling. It's like a Zelda villain, right? Modeling. As the seconds pass, I find it increasingly easier to overlay my grandmother's face onto this young girl's. Though they look different, their mannerisms are almost entirely the same. I feel myself relaxing, my defenses lowering, before I even realize it's happening. As unrealistic as it sounds, this woman, girl rather, has to be my grandmother. Nobody is this good of an actress. One question, however, remains, and it's a big one. As much as I'd like to ignore it, pondering the impossible is only going to make my head hurt. I can't. Not that easily. Do you have any idea how this happened? That is quite the conundrum, I suppose. I did wish on that shooting star last night. Did you think a deity answered your prayers? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to make judgments about things we can't see. But I do wonder whether this isn't the result of a few rogue spirits playing a practical joke. Like the spirits that stole your shawl. The very same. I never could tell if my meeting with Yukinari was a chance encounter or ordained by fate, so maybe that's why the spirits have come to me. They don't want me to underestimate their powers. Do you really believe in spirits? I don't think I have much of a choice now. When there's no rational explanation for a series of events, you have to start examining the irrational ones, no matter how unlikely they may be. You sound like a detective. I do have a fondness for mystery novels. I've managed to work my way through a lot of Edogawa Ranpo stories in the last few years. There's still a lot more stories out there I want to read, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to find the time, whatever, shut up. But you're so young now. Your whole life is ahead of you. I'm sure it's just a temporary thing. Like Cinderella, you know? Her fairy godmother could only enchant her clothes and her carriage for a few hours. There's nothing to prove that this is magic, if that is what it is. Will wear off when the clock strikes 12, but my grandmother's words make sense. It's true. Like I say, guarantee you, this is, once she goes to the shrine, that's it. She'll turn back to normal. If people commonly shed their ages overnight, emerging young and beautiful and unblemished, it would fast become a media sensation. I suppose so. That's true. I wouldn't do it, but so I'm sure plenty of other people would. There would be cases up and down the nation of women like my grandmother who managed to miraculously turn back time, but there aren't. I've never heard of anything like this before in my life. Could it be that these enchantments never last very long? The closest you get to permanent anti-aging in today's society is buying expensive creams and lotions, or having surgery. But not even these are foolproof solutions. Everything is limited. The moment people are born, their ultimate fates are mapped out for them. No matter what twists and turns their paths might take, we all end up in the same place at the end. Death. Science can't stop the march of time, and neither can spirits. Watch. I bet they can. Our ends are inevitable, but When this when this spell wears away, what will you do? Won't you miss being young? Perhaps, but there's no use being upset about things we can't change. She really did just wake up and just go, alright, well, I'm limited on time. May as well, did it get weird? Well, this is my grandma. Is that weird? We saw a shooting star! Ugh. I'm sorry, Broham, I went to lunch with my lady. Imagine eating lunch. Yeah, no, this is my grandma. She's pretty cool, huh? We're trying to rationalize the fact that she's super young. Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't want to permanently lose 60 years from my old life. I miss Yukinari enough as it is, without waiting for another 70 years to join him. Ah, I see. I'm sorry if I was being tactless. You don't need to apologize, dear. I'm just giving my opinion. This is all beyond my control. It wouldn't do to worry too much. Though I must admit, it was rather nice to wake up this morning without any lower back pains. Oh, I feel that. How do you feel? Wonderful! I'm like a whole new woman! Is there anything you want to do? There are a lot of things I want to do, dear. I want to read all the books I own. Ayo. I want to read all the books. Chill, she just wants to read. I want to read all the books I own with my brand new eyes, and I want to go for long walks in the countryside without getting tired, and I want men to fuss over me. Oh! Like they did when I was still a pretty young thing. In my teenage years, I always had back pains. That's not fair. That's what I'm saying, too. Although I think I can explain mine. Everything was all nice and fine, and I went with my mom one day. I think I was like in my teenage years. I don't remember how old I was. I was running with. My mom asked me to go get something from the car. We were walking in a parking lot, and it was raining. So like, oh, we forgot this in the car. Go get it. And I was like, okay. I go running to the car. I grab it, and then I come running back to her. And as I run back to her, I slip and fall on my back. And right as I fall on my back, I get so embarrassed by it. Like, with the same speed that I fell, I just propel myself up. I'm just like, I'm like, no one saw that, right? My mom was like, what the heck just happened? And I didn't hurt that day. It didn't hurt the next day. But now, as I'm going about my my life, occasionally I'll just get this back pain. I'm like, I gotta take a seat. For real, who out there is getting no back pain? I'm almost 26 and my lower back is screwed, yeah. In my case, it's the upper part. Oh man, I can't imagine that. I can't speak to why that would be then. My lower back pain is the result of a car accident. Yeah, you see. I can explain mine. Shreddy, you can explain yours. It's hard to say when back pain starts and why it sucks. But more than anything else, I want to see him again. Who? Who do you think? It may not be possible, but I would like to visit my husband again. Oh, Philia, I love back pain. Yo, let's go. Come join the club with us old people as we talk about our back pain. My upper part is by scoliosis and a small accident. Ah, I see. Well, at least you can explain it. I think it'd be bad if you're just like minding your own business one day, you're like, oh shoot, my back! It's like, well now what? You gotta go get that checked. We're children with back pain! New episode Saturday at 8 p.m. EST. Just kind of squeeze that in. Yeah, we love talking about back pain. In fact, we are children with back pain. Come watch us Saturday. Every Saturday at 8 o'clock EST. Wow, old people talking about back pain. How sweet. Right? Right? Join us, join us. Does your back hurt? Tell us where, and tell us why. The spirits have blessed me once, though it might be selfish to ask for more. I wish they could do it again, just once. Then I'll never ask for anything else, as long as I'm still alive. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, sclerosis is no joke. I don't have it, but I know people who do. Yeah, that sucks. It really does. Not a fun thing to go through. Mr. Nakamura! Hey there, you! Haven't seen you in a while. Hi, Mr. Nakamura. I bow my head politely at the cheerful, perhaps overly cheerful, bus driver. Oh, he's overly cheerful? Okay, say less. I wouldn't say I'm well acquainted with Mr. Nakamura, but I know him in passing. He's the sole driver of the number 12 bus that travels between my town and grandmother's village. Jeez, I'm dying. He's also the father of one of Otoko's friends, a girl with blonde hair, died, and deadly fingernails called Emiri. Emiri. I'm glad they had to specify that she has dyed hair. Emiri certainly doesn't take after her father. She's trim and slender, a member of the school athletics team, while her father has a portly belly and round cheeks that look perpetually flushed. My back pain started when I fell off my bed and I hit it so unbelievably hard on my dresser door thing. Welcome to the club. You belong here with us then. Come, join us. Reminds me of the story of the scar I have on my forehead. Oh, did you fall off your bed and hit your head on a dresser door thingy? Not that I blame him, really. It is not uncomfortably. It is incredibly cold outside. I hope you weren't waiting at the bus stop too long, my boy. You could catch your death of cold. That's another thing about Mr. Nakamura. Though we hardly know one another, he's always called me you, my boy. I'm not his boy, of course. Obviously. I have a dad. Nerd. Yeah, it cut my forehead open all the way across, and I had to get stitches. I looked like Frankenstein, dog. Whoa! You're the Frankenstein monster! Okay, but that's sad, Shred. It is sad. I'm pretty sure this guy has a dad. We've seen his dad. We haven't actually seen his dad, but we've seen his dad talk. It's funny now, but this was over 20 years ago. I look back on it and laugh. Yeah, I don't know if I would look back on it. Oh, I guess I would. When I fell in the street and stuff, I kind of laugh at it. We might live in the same town, but we're not related. Contrary to what people think, some people in Tokyo think, us folk from the countryside aren't all inbred. Wait, you're not? Even if we do say things like folks. I'm alright. I give Mr. Nakamura a small smile, hoping to placate his forceful friendliness. I mean, whatever doesn't kill you. Well, I guess waiting in the cold is character building. I bet you didn't miss this weather being in Tokyo, though. I forgot just how cold it can get, actually. The best make sure... Oh, you best, not the best. Oh, you're the best. You best make sure to wrap up warm. I will. Still, it's not bad not all bad here. Being out in the countryside will help toughen you up. You might learn street smarts out in the big city, but if you want to hack it out here, it's basic survival instincts you need. I guess so. And who's this? My waifu. Mr. Nakamura peers at my grandmother curiously. A friend of yours? Well, how can I possibly explain this situation? I mean, I shouldn't be talking. I can't read either. That's okay. I can't read at all. That's fine. I'm trying to be energetic and trying to say these lines. I'm like, I never learned to read because it's cringe. Yeah, only nerds read, right? That grandma's a smash. Yeah, that's my grandma, dude. It's a smash. Oh. No, it's totally fine. The first thing my character did was just like, bro, it's like, oh, how is this possible? How are you a young girl? And she's like, just deal with it. And then my guy was just like, so is there anything you want to do? And she's like, oh, there's a lot of things I want to do. I'm like, oh. Don't worry, Mr. Nakamura, that's just my grandma, Umeko. Yes, I know, she looks a little bit different. I was surprised too, but this young teenage girl really, truly is her, I swear. He'd laugh in my face. Smash Bros, whoa! Either that, or he'd drive me away to the nearest sanatorium. Then again, maybe not, given the nearest sanatorium is a good 3 hours drive. Fortunately, it's my grandmother who takes the initiative. She steps out from behind my back, a small smile playing about her lips, and says, I'd want to try one of her cookies. That's weird to say, I'm sorry. No, you're fine, dude, you're fine. She made me porridge this morning. Dude, she made me porridge. Come on. We're set. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm one of Yu's friends from Tokyo. He invited me here so I could look around his hometown. A friend from Tokyo, is it? That's right, sir. We just got back from visiting Yu's grandmother. It really is lovely out here. Oh, you saw Umeko, did you? I suppose that explains why you're out here in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Well, I must say, I'm surprised. And why is that, sir? It's fine, she's not your grandma after all. My boy's thinking over here. The people there aren't inbreds, even if they do say folk. Yeah, they're not inbreds, they say folk, but come on. They're my folk out there. It's like, yeah? You're right, I won't go to jail! Now we're thinking with all 6 of our brain cells, let's go! I didn't think you city folk would be interested in a tiny village like this. I bet you must have been bored out of your mind. On the contrary, I'm enjoying myself a lot. It's just so beautiful around these parts, especially with all the snow. Well, I'll be. You've got a good head on your shoulders after all. Thank you, I appreciate your compliments. Hey, you! Me? Yeah, you! No, Chris Chan arc for Philia. Oh. Don't be ridiculous. That was his mom. Mr. Nakamura beckons me closer with one thick, round finger. Are we sure we're not homebred? I lean in. Feeling distinctly foolish. That girl of yours is a real keeper. Oh no, she isn't. You don't need to deny it, boy. No man brings a pretty young girl back to his hometown because they're friends. See, Mr. Nakamura knows what's up. What she said. You shouldn't underestimate old Nakamura Hirofumi. I can see there's more to this story than meets the eye. I look down at my feet, my face flushing. He's not exactly wrong, but... She's a sensible girl, she is. She has a nice face, too. I'm proud of you, son. Thank you. I'm not sure why I'm thanking him. She's beautiful. Oh, thanks, sir. Like, wait. Hey, Grandma's a cutie patootie. There is a word for being into old people. Gerontophilia. Huh. Does that make us gerontophilists? I'm not sure, yeah, what I'm thinking, but I don't know what else to say. I glance at my grandmother from the corner of my eyes. Though she's looking out the windows politely, pretending she can't hear us, I can see her shoulders shaking, and I know she's trying not to laugh. Now then, we've dawdled here long enough. We should probably get going, though I doubt there'll be anybody waiting for us at the later stops. What do you think, you, my boy? It seems unlikely. I'd imagine everybody would be inside today trying to stave off the cold. I sometimes wish I could do the same thing, but I've got a job to do. Duty calls. I think it's worse than that. Oh, really? I'm not a gerontophilist. That's you guys. I'd never do that to elders. Psst, I would. I would. It's okay, Philia. You're safe here. You're not wrong there. I'm warming up to you more and more, my girl. Well, thank you very much. Sadly, men like me are a dying breed. Men will soon go extinct, everybody. You don't find many like us anymore. Not in Tokyo, at least. I'd wager you that. Well, I don't know about that. Hugh is very dependable. I'm so glad I can rely on him. I give my grandmother a filthy look. That could be a lot of things, actually. Is she trying to dig this hole even deeper on purpose? Yes. My grandmother simply blinks at me impassively, like she isn't making things incredibly awkward. I don't want people to think I'm going out with my grandmother, for goodness sake, even if she does look rather pretty right now. It's just like, I don't want people thinking I'm going out with my grandmother, even though she looks real pretty. She's got this beautiful hair, and her eyes are gorgeous, and I could just stare at them forever. And my goodness, her skin's so perfect, and the way she smiles and laughs. I don't want people thinking we're going out. It's just, it's ridiculous. Maybe I could hold her hand, maybe. Oh, no. In a way, it kind of makes it worse. I've always thought you was a dependable lad. That'll be because he has country blood in him. You can take a boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy. This game is set in Alabama, Japan. Oh no. Did she have children at like 5? How is she so young? Magic. That's how she's so young. Not only did she have children at 5, but her children had children at 5. Alabama Tuesdays! It's not as good as Mondays. Oh! Not Alabama Mondays. Ugh. That's very wise. My grandmother nods sagely, but I think she's trying not to laugh. Right then, let's be off. I don't want to keep you two lovebirds. I told you, I'm not... That's a wonderful idea. My grandmother steps forward and takes hold of my arm. Grandma! Shall we take a seat, darling? You said you were just friends. You need to get better at lying, you, my boy. No, we really are. But my voice trails off. It's obvious Mr. Nakamura isn't listening to me. My face burns bright red. Oh my gosh. Why isn't you, like, getting into it? I know I would. You would get into it. Oh no. Ore wa Alabama Jin. Oh. You're telling me if your grandma turned into a young girl, you would be like, aw, heck yeah, let's go. Underneath my breath, I mutter mutinously, if you weren't my grandma, I'd kick you. She laughs. At least she's enjoying herself. If only it wasn't at my expense. I mean, why wouldn't I? Yeah. The bus crashes, we all die. I don't know why that may. The bus rides back into town even longer than anticipated. These roads are bumpy and ill-maintained, and it typically takes at least an hour and a half to wend our way back to the town on a good day. What season and what episode? Oh, there was an episode of Futurama that featured this concept, really? This day, however, is the exact opposite of good. It's great. That's the opposite of good, right? Though the roads were salted early this morning, patches of snow and ice still remain. Mr. Nakamura has to drive exceedingly carefully, at times slowing to a snail's crawl as he navigates the twisting, turning roads, peppered here and there with holes. This guy felt so smart writing this line of dialogue. The roads were salted early this morning. We had to slow down on the roads peppered here with holes. Bruh. It would be quicker to take the train, but like I theorized last night, the trains have been shut down. There's too much snow on the lines. Not Ethan struggling to read. I don't struggle to read. The bus is all we have. Just watch. I can read this line perfectly. Just watch. I've been on the bus with my grandma for more than 2 hours. We still haven't made it to the town yet. I read that line perfectly. I didn't stutter. The whole while, I'm uncomfortably bounced and knocked and jostled in my seat as the tires. That's not how you spell. Is that? That's not how you spell tires, right? Yeah, hold up. Have I been spelling tires? Car tires. What? Oh, jeez. Thank you. It's tires. So, huh? Eh? Season 3, the episode's called Roswell, that ends well. I see. It's even worse when the unstable, unsteady motions of the bus pitch me against my grandmother's side. Oh no! I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't mean to get so snugged up with you. I'm leaning to my grandma. I'm leaning to like my grandmother. I can honestly say I enjoy her company more than I did as a child. Oh, I'm sure. But that doesn't mean I want to be this close to her. Oh, no, of course not. Yes, Grandma. Not when she looks so very young and so beautiful, and she's holding my arm and calling me darling. Younger even than me. Well, careful, dear, you could hurt yourself. My grandmother cautions me gently when my shoulder bumps against hers for the dozenth time. I'm more worried about hurting you. Oh, don't concern yourself with me, dear. I'm as fit as a fiddle. In fact, I've never felt better. You certainly look healthy. My grandmother's cheeks are flushed with a rosy glow, and her whole body seems to radiate youth. Oh yeah? Her eyes sparkle. Her hair shimmers beneath the sun seeping in through the mist windows, and her skin looks clear and smooth. Is this like a grandma ex-grandson story? That's what it looks like, right? It looks weird. My grandmother can't be this cute. You would watch that show, right? Just like the surface of a mirror, or the cool, still untroubled waters of a lake. Oh, it really is marvelous. Everything is so amazing. You think being bumped around on a bus for hours on end is amazing? It is when you can experience it in a whole new body. My back refuses to ache, not one little bit, no matter how many potholes we go over. You might be in even better shape than I am. I watch any shows containing grandma. Oh, heck yeah. We'll watch the show. Watch this show. This is the weirdest adaptation of King Diamond I've ever seen. Oh. Maybe I am right now, but I don't know how long this will last. I want to make the most of it. Well, I can't begrudge you that. Grandma, what was it like to be on the holiday site? Oh? I doubt any grandson genuinely wants to go shopping with his old grandmother during the holidays, and I do appreciate it. Don't mention it. Oh, he's pretending not to like it. But I want to mention it. Being with you is giving me a new lease of life. I haven't left my village in months. It's not a matter whether I wanted to leave or not. My old bones couldn't take it. This bus rocks and creaks too much. What about the trains? They're quicker. They also rock and creak. Yeah, me too. From the album Them. You can't fool me. That's the name of an old movie about giant ants. You're trying to trick me. Why not? I used to do everything with Yukinari. You know what else is quicker? Wait, no! Don't finish that. Leaving the house. Just staying inside the house. That's what's quicker. My grade's lowering. Yeah, that's much quicker. That's exactly what I was thinking too. I mean, King Diamond does horror-themed albums. Oh. I don't say anything else. I don't need to. That single syllable hangs in the air. The cool, icy air, my bad. Cementing a bond of understanding. Wow, Weeb, I see. What are you talking about? Staying at home, that's what I was saying. That was quicker than going out in the snow. Weirdo? Freaking weirdo? Thinking about grades lowering? Freaking weirdo? Grandmother and grandson. Family. That's right. I don't know how lonely this last year must have been for my grandmother, but I can imagine. My grandmother's days must have been long and endless, with nothing to distract her from the loss of the person she loved the most in the world. I'll be the grandpa for you. No! Staying home. Her daily routine was changed irreversibly after my grandfather died, though I'm sure it looked more or less the same at a surface glance. It wasn't. Not quite. Just thinking about it is painful. That's why I can't let my grandmother down. Not now. Hey, I extend my hand, my fingers shyly threading between my grandmother's. He actually is holding his grandmother's hand. Okay. She changes back right in the middle of the bus ride. Yeah! She just turns back to an old lady. It's like, what the heck? Oh yeah, I may have done that. Oh. Well. Don't worry about it. I'm here for you. Oh, you. My grandmother softly sighs. Mr. Nakamura was right. You really are a reliable boy. He was exaggerating. Maybe. A lot of men like puffing themselves up with their own pride, but it doesn't really do any harm. And he did have a point. You're the sweetest grandson I could ever have hoped for. even though I was such a brat when I was a kid. I used to be a brat when I was a young girl, too. We all grow up. You are a young girl, though! Or, in your case, I glance at her unfamiliar figure, a small smile on my face. Don't smile when eyeing your grandma, dude. OMG, that should have been me, bro! It should have been me, not him! We grow down? My grandmother laughs quietly at my joke. Poor though it is. Oh dear. We make light of all of this now, but it is a new experience for me. Fun though it is, it feels a bit overwhelming. I would hope so. I'm glad she's opening up about this. Earlier she was just like, what am I gonna do about it? I hate the word cringe, but I'm actually cringing. Like having a physical reaction. What are you talking about? Don't think about it too much. We can make it through this. It's okay. Talia, we need your wise words. Wouldn't this have been considered incest if they act freaky deaky? This definitely would be incest. Yeah, I would count it as incest. We make this somewhat bearable. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I wonder, the way I'm making it bearable is just by playing into it. I wonder how long this transformation will last. Long enough. Oh, for you to make your dreams come true. I hope. I hope so too. It's difficult not to think about it when they're putting it on the table like this. It's true. It really is. Man, they were doing this stuff with his sister earlier. It is incest, yeah! I look out the window. It isn't snowing anymore, but the residue of last night's snowstorm is visible for any curious eye to see. Okay, who thought this was a good idea? Some guy sat there for a minute. It's like, hold on, I got an idea. What if, right? Dating your sister is too overused. We can't do that. Dating your mom is dating your grandma. That's the future. That's what we need to see. We need more grandmas. And then everyone around him who was helping him didn't have the courage to tell him that he was an idiot. So they're like, yeah, okay. We'll make a visual novel about it and put it on Steam for $5. Okay. And then me, who bought it for $5. The fields that stretched out before me are pure white, like a carpet of printing paper. Oh. They seriously were like, we need to be different from the others. That's exactly what happened. Oh, let's go ice skating with our grandma. $5 for garbage, basically. I've got a couple of good laughs out of it, but it definitely is an experience, I'll tell you that. Ooh, we're in the town. It's been such a long time. My grandmother glances about cheerfully, her eyes wide, like a young kid being taken to a theme park for the first time. I'm not sure why she's so excited. It's crazy. Don't break a hip, Granny. Yeah. This is only a small town. A handful of shops line the streets, and there's a plaza with a circular fountain that always frosts over when the weather gets cold, and that's about it. Uh-oh. Someone took the time to write, draw, and code this. Either made music or got music commissioned for it and went through the publication process as well. I'm not sure whether I should be horrified or impressed. I'm quite impressed. I'm gonna be real. Someone had some dedication, man. Someone said it's not about the money, it's about sending a message. And the message was sent, and we received it. She could be a young kid. Both is the correct answer, yeah. Our lack of any shopping center with multiple floors Shiny glass roofs and elevators has been a constant source of pain for Otoko over the years. Is he still thinking about his sister? My gosh, dude, let it go. The lack of decent bikinis for sale. Stop thinking about your sister in bikinis! Alright. Telling people to date their cute grandma? Yeah. This place is nothing compared to the busy, bustling metropolis of Tokyo. In fact, the few streets our town has to offer are almost painfully deserted. I see a few people milling about, lone men and women doing last-minute New Year's shopping for their partners, most likely, and a couple of families dotted here and there. But that's all. I need a sequel to this game where the protagonist goes to therapy to solve his weird hangups. So tell me, when did you start finding your grandma cute and adorable? Well, sir, it started one morning when I woke up and I swear, I kid you not, she looked like a young girl. Like, super young. And I held her hand and she called me darling, and from there, Doc, I was sold. Frankly, I was sold. I think I'll need therapy. Yeah. I see if you feel. Yeah, we already read this. You know, there's nothing impressive about this place. Oh, this is me talking. You know, there's nothing impressive about this place. I don't understand why you're so excited. My grandmother turns to face me, still smiling. Oh, I know this town isn't a patch on the city, but it's still special to me. I grew up around here. I guess so. There's so much history around here, you. A lot of these shops existed when I was a young girl. It's just like stepping inside a time capsule. Forget it, I still want the therapy discount from Doki Doki Literature Club, and it never arrived. Oh! Never got therapy after that? Dang. Gah! Aki-chan, how you doing? Welcome! Check out my grandma, isn't she adorable? Oh, you came in during a weird time. Don't worry, Talia, ours probably won't either. It's true. We'll never recover from this. Oh, she's right about that. The rest of the world hasn't really caught up in this small, sleepy slice of northern Japan yet. We do have a McDonald's, and there's a 7-Eleven, plus a handful of chain clothing stores you could find anywhere. But the majority of the businesses around here are privately owned. What kind of grandma game is this? This is a game where we go to visit our grandma during close to New Year's. And our grandma, I guess, became a super young girl, and now we're hanging out with her, and it's being really weird. Dang, far had perfect timing. Gah! Ghost, how you doing? Hey, welcome to the Grandma Dating Sim. How you doing? Oh, I feel like such a soulless douche because that game made me laugh super hard. What? Doki Doki Literature Club? The visual novel dating stuff was funny to me. Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of was meant to be. It was meant to really throw you off. Doki Doki Literature Club was awesome. I can't play it on stream because I watched so many people play it, and I just wouldn't have the right reaction to it. It just wouldn't be that enjoyable watching me play it, so sadly I can never play that game on stream. I'll play it if I find someone who's never heard of it, and I'll like, alright, come join me, we're gonna read this together. Make sure to date your grandma, guys. Yeah. Shred, when is the 50 Shade of Grey? Come on, Shred, get on it. My mental health keeps on getting worse the more I read romance novels. Well, it's about to get a whole lot worse. It's a lot of little one-off shops with only one floor that you can't find anywhere else. Otoko, being Otoko, thinks it's horrendous. Quit thinking about your sister! My grandmother, you think about what's important. Your grandma. Thanks, Weeb, that's what I needed. Exactly. I knew that's what you needed. 50 Shades of Shred. Yeah. Now, if I get a certain amount of subscribers, I'll make a slam brutal death metal album based on it. Yo! Slam brutal death metal album based on 50 Shades of Grey? Let's go! How many subs do you need? Just say the magic word. The magic number, I should say. It's a goated idea, yeah. My grandmother, meanwhile, seems to appreciate the charm of these quaint, entirely unique places. It must remind her of her childhood. What are you talking about? She's going through her childhood right now. Maybe like 500? Oh, 500, huh? That's all it's gonna take. We can make that a possibility, bro. We'll make that happen. Gonna go sub. Yeah, go sub right now to Shredneck. He's got a very busy milestone to reach. You gotta get that. Me about to ask all my friends and all my alt account. Yeah! Let's make 500 alt accounts, guys. And prepare the army. I wonder if the Parsley Cafe is still around. I used to go there with Yukinari all the time. Grandma, I'm gonna be real. It's really weird that you keep bringing up other guys while we're on our date. I don't know. I haven't been here in a while. The proprietress, Miss Fujiwara, was such a sweetheart. She always greeted me with a smile, and she knew my regular order off by heart. My grandmother laughs slightly, but her mirth soon fades as she contemplates the frozen fountain. Shred about to get 500 subs in no time. Yeah, get 500 subs! That was out of pocket, Ethan. That made me laugh out loud. I'm sorry, it's just some things come to mind and I have to say it out loud. It doesn't matter how good it sounds. Do you want to see if her cafe is still there? Oh no, it's quite alright. If something has happened to her, I might be happier not knowing. Were you that close? Not really. I only ever saw her when I went to her cafe. But she was a sweet old dear. Oh. Grandma! Yeah. More romance gonna break me more. Nice! I broke my vase. Nice! She worked every day that she could, though she had a bad hip. Thunder and lightning wouldn't have deterred her. Would have? Huh. W vase, yeah. I love romance, but this is too much. What are you talking about? Completely normal. My grandmother frowns, her fingers toying at the ends of her scarf. It's okay, Grandma, I'll keep your hands warm. Seeing all the people I used to know starting to pass away, one by one, is frightening. It makes me wonder when it will be my turn to join them. What are you talking about? You have your whole life ahead of you. You're not old now. I didn't realize how old I'd become until today. I can run and bend and stretch without it hurting. Yeah, she's probably never gonna recover from this, like, mentally. Trust me, Redo of Healer's best romance. Oh yeah, absolutely. We all agree. Redo of Healer is what we love. She had a bad hip, now her hips are good. Great even. As a resident of Alabama, Japan, I knew nothing would stop me from having what I want. Oh my gosh. I hate romance and this is too much. What are you talking about? It's perfectly good. It's perfectly normal. Old weeb, you old man. No! No, 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 no. Weeb Grammy, weeb cannon. No! No, no, no. You have to understand. This is you. The character's name is you. Oh. It's because the game developer is trying to make you, as in you, the word you, not the name you, but you, as saying you are the one who's enjoying this. It all makes sense now. Oh. Also known as Ethan. No! I am neutral at best on romance, and I am only enjoying this in so much as I can make fun of it. Same. We're having a good time now. Bro, almost twice my age. Ah, no. Ah. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. I suppose I got used to the pain. Oh, Grandma! My grandmother sighs again. Going back to my old life after this incredible experience will take quite a bit of getting used to. But you don't regret it? Of course not. I'm not the type who wastes time on regrets. I'm stronger than I look. So you is Ethan mystically. No, it can't be! I refuse! No! Gosh, dang it. No, what'd she say about being stronger, huh? It's easier to believe that tried and tested line. More afraid than the tatami mats in my grandmother's aged-old house when she looks like this. Oh. I'm reading Kimi wa Nina Janai and Its Peak. Oh. I don't even know what that is. What is that? Her body is young now, her skin is smooth, and her hair is black and glossy. Shh, relax, dude. She looks like she's my age or younger. We know. You said it so many times. Peak romance I found. Oh, is it? Is that something I should look at? I'm writing a sword and sorcery comic at its peak. Cool. I see. That was a peak description of me. Oh. She has so much life ahead of her. But that's just an illusion, isn't it? Her new appearance is nothing more than a cloak woven by a mysterious otherworldly magic. Soon the spell will wear away, and my grandmother will emerge from the cocoon of her teenage self. Ugh, gosh, man. She'll be an old woman once more. With roomy, I guess, eyes and a wrinkly neck. Now I want to make the most of this opportunity. If I'm going to visit the God. She got less attractive. She has smooth skin, her hair is nice, full, and black, and she's got like life in her eyes. Ridiculous. We can't have that. Give me back my... We'll continue. Now I want to make the most of this opportunity. Yep. Do you have any spare kimonos? None that would suit me in my current state, and I don't want Yukinari to see me wearing an old, dusty, ill-fitted kimono pulled from the back of a drawer. Help the silence after. No! I want to be young and fresh and pretty again, like I was the first time I met him. So you need something equally young, fresh, and pretty to drape over your body. That's just how it is, I'm afraid. I should have known. I shake my head. You're just like Otoko. Well, we are related. Blood is thicker than water, you. Do you have enough money to pay for a new kimono? They can be quite expensive, especially around New Year's. Everybody would be wanting to buy a new kimono so they can have their first shrine visit of the year. Everybody will be... though there are... I almost read the entire thing all over again. Gosh dang. Though there are many more people like Otoko who'd rather wear Western clothes. Kimonos aren't exactly cool. Not that I know much about women's clothes. I think kimonos are cool. I like kimonos. I have more than enough money with me. I'm an old woman. We're made of money. We're known to be frugal, and I don't have much to spend it on, anyway. Not without Yukinari. Nom 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 nom. Yum nom 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 nom. Well, I'm sure he'll be very happy with whatever kimono you pick. Thank you, you. You always know the right thing to say. It really is sad they didn't let you name your character. If you could name your character and I accidentally named it my own name, like Ethan, this would be so much worse. At the same time, so much better. Not really. Oh. Now, let's start searching. I don't know if there'll be many good kimonos left, and I want to find something as similar as possible to the one that I wore when I was a young girl. You wore that kimono more than 60 years ago. How can you remember what it looks like? I'm gonna go to sleep before that game makes me more depressed. Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't know how much longer we have of this game, but it is already... We've already been playing this for like 4.5 hours. Truth be told, maybe... Where's my mouse? Maybe we'll save it for now. I still got a couple things I need to do around the house before the sun sets. 4.5? Yeah, we really have been going for a while. So, truth be told, we probably will call it quits for now. No, don't worry, Ghost. You didn't miss anything. You only missed the stuff leading up to the best part of the game. We'll come back to this maybe next week, or if we have time later this week, we might do some more just to finish it, because I don't really know how much time... I don't know how much left we have of the game. So, for now, I think we'll call it quits for right now. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna go back over here real quick. I'll just go ahead and turn this off. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. Oh, how could I ever want to quit this experience? Well, hold up. I clicked the wrong button. Please. Oh, come on. I just want to quit. The game won't let me quit. That's the real game. There we go. I finally managed to make it work. Okay. Ah. There. Drawing stream is when? I don't freaking know. I know we're doing RoboCop in a few hours, and I need to get a few things done before that happens. Let me check my schedule. Here we go. Thanks for another awesome stream. See ya. Thanks for hanging out with us during this time. This was quite the stream. I'll tell you what. The drawing stream, we're doing a chaotic masterpiece this week. It's going to be on the 13th, so Friday. We'll be doing a chaotic masterpiece on Friday night. Around 8 o'clock EST, we'll be doing the chaotic masterpiece. And I'm going to be doing a Christmas picture. And I can't wait to see what you guys do to make it awesome. But okay, I am going to wrap things up here. I am excited to see how things go later this weekend. Golly gosh, I'm having a good time with this stream, even though it's really, really weird. But yeah, I expect nothing but the best from you, Ghost. Alrighty, thanks everybody for hanging out with me, and I swear to you, I am not an old man, nor do I find grandmas attractive. But I will be back to play more of this game later. All right, and until then, I hope to see you guys soon. Y'all take it easy, all right? Bye-bye, guys.